Jumping right in, Diane, I have sent you video 8, and video 8 has several timestamps. Okay, so I will tell you this: I'm not going to be using all of them at one time, and I appreciate everything we got going on and all the work you're doing this morning, preparing everything. I will be going to video 8 momentarily. I'll be going to video 6, but I'll be going to video 8. And I will want the timestamp at 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Give me number 61. Give me number 61. All right. Trump, the president of the United States, we have a lot to cover. Davos, press conference, declassification, pardons. But President Trump is going to North Carolina today and then on to California. I want to make a direct plea to the White House, if anybody's listening. Can he take tomorrow off? Can he? I'll be okay with it. I'm like, wow. I have to tell you, when I say this, I want to watch my diet. But maybe I'm going to go Big Macs and Diet Cokes and fries or something. I don't know what I got to do. But this guy right here, non-stop. Non-stop. Now, he said on day one, and there was only 24 hours in day one. So some of it went to day 2 and day 3. But every single thing that he has actually promised, it's in the works. I'll be okay if the guy takes Saturday off because I'm not even getting a little cat nap in the afternoons because I don't know when he's going to do something next, and I missed it. So that being said, but thank God the good people of Western North Carolina, President Trump, you have heard him say what happened to them, how they were treated. He's not going to accept it. He's going there. He's going to get things straightened out immediately. This is going to be an exciting time for North Carolina. And then California, he's going out to California. He's told Gavin Newsom, as he calls him, you know, you got to turn the water on. You got to turn the faucet on. More of that later. So that's happening today. So when I'm trying to decide where I want to go first, all right, I watch in the morning, I watch the media, the deep state, corporate, corrupt media, and I say to myself, what will they not report? And we've talked about the Department of Justice, and Trump is serious. There in just a week, it seems like how long ago, but we do have a president. He's back in charge. The world knows where we stand. We'll talk about that later, Davos. The world is very clear on where we stand as America. Mexico is very clear where we stand. Canada is very clear where we stand. The Department of Justice, very clear. Democrats, very clear. DEI, very clear. That is one thing. You may not agree with some of the moves Trump's making. I get your messages. But I will tell you this. Very clear on where he stands. No wondering what he thinks, because boom, right there in the Oval Office. So yesterday, I decided here's where I plan to start. Yesterday, the President of the United States did this. Let's go with the video 8, 3:35 in the Oval Office yesterday. Another group of pardons. Can you go to 3:35 on the video? And I'll give you the high sign when to come back.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
Do you know how many have been prosecuted? This is a great honor to sign this. They'll be very happy. So they're all in prison now.
Some are out of custody.
It's ridiculous. Okay?
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order ordering the declassification of files.
We're going to do declassification in a minute. Now, pro-life, it's ridiculous. So this is number 36 of the Department of Justice. The reason I want to do it this way, here is when the Department of Justice put this out. There's several, but I want to go with this one. This is 36. Tennessee woman sentenced to 41 months in prison for violating the freedom of access to clinic entrance. This is from the United States Attorney's Office. This is what they were busy doing. They were targeting, all right? So every time they were targeting Americans, targeting the pro-life community, targeting parents at Board of Education. This is what our Department of Justice was targeting. Now, this is July 24th, 2024. The United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York announced today that Bevelyn, is that how you say it? Bevelyn Beatty Williams was sentenced to 41 months in prison for get the tissues out, for violating the Access to Clinic Entrance Act in June of 2020 in connection with her interference, including by threats and force with individuals seeking to obtain and provide lawful reproductive health services, abortions, lawful abortions at a reproductive health center in Manhattan on February 22nd, 2024. All right. Williams was convicted by a jury trial on one count of violating the FACE Act. The FACE Act. Now, here she is from the National Catholic Register, number 37. Young mother gets more than 3 years in prison for blocking abortion clinic entrance. Okay? Abortion clinic entrance. Young mother. Okay? So, now, give me number 38. Trump pardons anti-abortion activists blockade clinic entrance. Trump expected to pardon pro-life. Here are some of the headlines. So where I want to start this morning, God bless you, Beverly, for reuniting with your daughter and your husband. God bless Donald J. Trump. And please take a minute and start your Friday out. You watched President Trump sign that. Watch what happened last night. Video 6.
Look at mama. Look at mama. Look at us. I got your jacket. Let me get your
Here. Woo! Go, 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 go,
go ahead.
You still smell good. You still smell good. It don't matter if you're in the pit of hell. No. Somebody's gonna smell good. No. Girl, you know how you're gonna sing. All right. My baby. I can't hold on my baby. Oh my God. Goo. You miss your mommy? You miss your mommy? I miss you. I miss you so much. I miss you, Goo. Give me a kiss. Y'all. Oh my God. I'm home. I'm free. I'm free, y'all. I'm free. I'm really free.
Thank you, Jesus. The Lord is good. The Lord is good. Right, boo boo?
Oh, Jesus. Let me get in the car. Let's go.
Yeah, it's so cold out here. All right, we out.
Maybe it's because she's black, a black woman. Could that be it? Why would the media? Nothing. But you know what? Yesterday, Donald Trump signed that. You see, for her, her husband, and her daughter, on day 3, and this is what gets me with this guy, all the attacks they've done on Donald Trump, all the attacks. On the same day, he looked at the camera and looked into the belly of the beast, Davos, the World Economic Forum, and said to Bank of America, hey, you shut down conservative groups, ended their account. The same day, he looked into the belly of the beast of Davos and said that the lives of the Ukrainians and the lives of the Russians laying on the field dead had to stop. He took the time to make sure that lady was freed last night as he promised. That got me. I said, you could start with all this other stuff. I get it. Pete Hegseth, we're going to get into that. Collins, Murkowski, we're going to get into that. Now, just one more thing, because I know what I'm going to hear. I've already heard it, that everything has been scraped. There's nothing there. But 46, the declassification. In fact, let's go to 418 on that video, if you could, Diane. Video 8. Promises made, promises kept. And this is the declassification, video 8, 418.
Okay?
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order ordering the declassification of files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed. Okay? Give that to RFK Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Give me yeah, thank you, Diane. Now, there's going to be a lot of pushback. There's a lot of people saying that the files have been scrubbed. There's nothing there to see. There was a joke that they bet $10 that they'll find out Biden is the one that murdered JFK. A little joke there. But that being said, I know what is going on, but let me just say something. The guy got sworn in Monday. It's Friday. He got sworn in Monday at noon. he has pardoned 1,500 people that were in captivity, hostages, because of a rigged election. He has pardoned peaceful protesters that were in for abortion. He has declassified these files for JFK, RFK, and MLK, declassified, right? He has sent troops to the southern border to secure it. He has stopped the refugee program in its tracks, all right? He has ended catch and release. He has started roundups of criminals all across the country, all right? He has ended DEI. What else? He looked at the world scum and let them know America, America, our status in the world is back. We lead the world. You understand? He looked at all of them. And the only thing they could say yesterday, we'll get into it at Davos, is, yes, sir, Mr. President. That was it. Give me number 34. So we got a lot to go over. Pete Hegseth, all right? This is what it's looking like in the Oval Office every day. He is taking questions. He is signing executive orders. We're going to talk about that a little more into the show. He is demanding the interest rate come down. He's demanding the fuel that prices of oil come down. He lashed out at the EU yesterday. We are going to get into that a little further as the show goes on. So I'm going to take a break, and before I do, number 42. I don't know this for a fact, but I think if CNN is in there, and CNN is going to be in the press room, and CNN is going to be on the White House lawn, they may have agreed to banish Jim Acosta to Siberia at midnight. Jim Acosta's CNN colleagues applaud his banishment to the night shift after his Trump baiting made him the network's least popular anchor. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Trump communications, they said, CNN, if you want on the White House lawn, if you want in the press room, if you want in that room, send Acosta to Siberia. But anyhow, he has gone to Siberia. A quick note, we do have, and I'm interested to hear from you, we do have CIA, Ratcliffe 64, Diane. Ratcliffe has been approved by the Senate. So you have, you now have John Burns is gone. Ratcliffe is approved by the Senate for CIA, so he is in there. That's done yesterday. And you have Little Marco as Secretary of State. You will have number 80, Doug Collins will come out. Doug Collins has made it out of committee, and he will go to the full floor for a vote. So we'll have the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, former Congressman Doug Collins will get a floor vote, and he'll become Secretary of Veterans Affairs. And we'll leave it at that for now. Diane, I had one more. Yeah, let's go with 35 and then 33. 35 and 33. Don't forget the Valentine's Day, Fannin County Republican Party Valentine's Day at the Ag Center, February 8th. Don't forget to come and join us there. And my favorite of the week, number 33, is Baby Dog. Baby Dog has his chariot in the Senate. That's baby dog from that's our West Virginia baby dog bulldog. Right there in the Senate. All right, so when we return, we'll talk about Davos. We'll talk about Pete Hegseth. We'll talk about Trump saying 15%. We'll talk about Trump looking at Bank of America and saying, hey, what you did to our conservative groups, wow. We have a full list today on this beautiful Friday. Again, one more time to the White House. Don't hesitate. You can take tomorrow off. I need a break. We'll be right back.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, we are back. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Thank you for joining us. We have a lot going on today at 9:30. We're going to have a discussion with 2 Georgia state senators concerning HB 581 at 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, the Georgia Hour, we're going to do a 1-hour presentation, part 1. Can Republicans maintain control in Georgia, or will this be the year that Democrats start making gains under the Gold Dome? We're going to go in deep. We're going to go in really deep on this. This is going to be part 1. Tell your friends you're going to want to pay attention. I would say this, at 10 o'clock, I would recommend every Georgia GOP county chair, anyone that wants to run for county chair, state office, every district chair, most of them, I'm going to show you today why, in many ways, they push back on me. Because, I'm the one that comes in and says, turn the music off at the party. Well, that would be me. Anyhow, so I'm your host, BKP. In just a week, not even a week, give me number 49. Not even a week. I mean, it's only Friday. And Caitlin has to go back to being Bruce. Just in 4 days. It's Bruce. Caitlin. Caitlin has to go back to being Bruce. Caitlin has to go back to be the javelin guy on the Wheaties box in just 4 days. That's what Trump did. He turned Caitlin straight. Did I say that? I have to be careful with that. I got to be careful. So in just 4 days, number 32, you got to check off a box. In just 4 days, you got to check the box off. There's no more on just 4 days. Are you a boy or a girl? Now, I'm going to get into this, but I watched the Davos speech yesterday. So the Europeans sitting there. And Klaus Schwab. And Trump looked at them and said to the audience, to the panel, to the world, there's 2 genders. He looked right at them. We'll get into that a little more later. Just in a week. You remember when gone straight meant something else? You're getting out today and you better go straight. Well, I didn't really mean it that way. So just like that, Caitlyn Jenner is Bruce again. Just like that. Just like that. Can't make it up. All right. So Secretary of Defense, number 44. So Hegseth. Now, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, Hegseth advances to final Senate vote despite misconduct allegations. And we know, here you go, number 48. We have Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. They're saying no. Now, we only have 4. We only have 4 available. Remember that. We have 53. And then we're always on John Fetterman watch. Senator from Pennsylvania, the Democrat. We're always on John watch. What will John do? WWF. Let's go with FD. WWFD. What will Fetterman do, right? Anyhow, we're on Fetterman watch, but we know Susan Collins, Murkowski are a no, all right? And they said, nope, can't do it. And let's go with number 65, and then we'll go with 66. Here is this morning. They are loving every minute of it. Susan Collins, he and I had a candid conversation. I just don't feel good. I can't get past women serving in combat. So I'm a no on this one. Okay. Then we go to the next one. Lisa Murkowski, there she is, the leader of the. She's mad at because in Alaska, Mount Denali, Trump, she's mad at a multiple list of things. Right? She's just a bad person in general, Lisa Murkowski from Alaska. But she's upset because he came out this week and returned the name of Mount Denali in Alaska to Mount McKinley, okay? That really has her frosted all up. The leader of the Department of Defense must demonstrate and model the standards of behavior and character we expect. So let me say this about Pete Hegseth, all right? My hope for this country is that Pete Hegseth is the guy that he says and claims to be today. Back to 44. I really do. That's my prayer for my country, is that this guy here, he is the guy that he says and claims to be today. When we start getting into the past, everybody has some things, or some things could have happened, and, that we're not fond of or agree with. I feel good about his nomination. I told you this the other day where President Trump is concerned. President Trump does not do drugs. He's never done drugs. He does not smoke. He's never smoked. He does not drink. He doesn't drink. President Trump doesn't put up with foolishness. He doesn't put up with any foolishness out of any of his kids. He doesn't put up with foolishness out of any of his employees. He doesn't put up with foolishness by the people he's surrounded by, who he surrounds himself with throughout the day. He doesn't put up with foolishness. I'll just say that. All right. Does he go and Kid Rock? Does he go to the fight with Kid Rock? But I have to tell you this. I do not think Kid Rock is getting his cigar and his drink on with Trump. And that's not negative. So I will say, if this guy, if he exemplified foolishness, Trump would not put him in the position. And Trump understands the Department of Defense is a big deal. So I still support this. But we're waiting for, because we only have room for 3 defections. If we have 3 defections, that would be 50-50, and then J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, would vote for the tiebreaker. Now, I know what you're saying out there. I get your emails, your text messages. Look at the Democrat Look at the Republicans that voted for Lloyd Austin. I get it. Look at the Republicans. These two Republicans I just put up voted for Lloyd Austin. Look at the Republicans that voted for Richard Levine that thinks he's a woman. Look at the I get that. Okay? Got it. You and I, same page. So we're on watch number Tillis, number 50. This is who they're really putting pressure on today. The deep state is we're on watch for what Mitch McConnell will do. And Hegseth is set for a vote tonight. So, I mean, it's Friday night. You want to watch a movie. You want to make some popcorn, right? Go to the skating rink. You're like, what do you think? It's 1982? No, but anyhow, just threw it in there. You want to go to the skating rink? Do a couple skate with your girl? That was so 1980s, right? I promise I'll get past that. But no, you can't, because tonight is the vote. I wanted to watch a movie and get some popcorn. Nope, have to watch this. So Hegseth will be voting on tonight, watching McConnell, watching Tillis, and I expect that J.D. Vance will have to be available tonight. The Vice President of the United States, very proud to say that, our Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, will have to be available to vote yes to break the tie. All right, so here you go. Number 63. This is where I told you yesterday I was concerned. Scheduled Senate hearings. Thursday, January 30th, next Thursday, 10 a.m., and 9:30. All three of them at the same time. Tulsi Gabbard, Robert Kennedy Jr., Kash Patel. This is intelligence, HHS, FBI. Next Thursday, January 30th, scheduled. I don't believe this to be true, but I told you my concern on Tulsi Gabbard. Well, let's play video 4.
Is there one more that would force the vice president to break a tie, or perhaps two more? Senator Young has suggested he will support Pete Hegseth, that to answer one of your questions. So we will see if anything changes in the last 24 hours, in these final 24 hours. I've also been told there are some Republicans who have misgivings about Hegseth, but might be saving their no vote for Tulsi Gabbard, thinking they can only do one for fear of really alienating President Trump, and they think Gabbard even less qualified than Hegseth. So, Allie, let's go to you.
So here's what's happening is they're giving Trump till next Thursday to pull Tulsi Gabbard. I suspect what happens after tonight when Hegseth is approved. Now, John Thune, I'm going to give John Thune every chance. I'm just going to do it. It's not a matter of trust. I don't trust a damn Republican at all. That's why I'm glad Trump's not a Republican. But, well, now I know. Well, you could have. Don't you trust this one? Easy, all right? So that being said, I'm going to give John Thune a chance. I don't doubt that after tonight, when Hegseth is approved, that between now and next Thursday, Donald Trump, they whip the vote, meaning they go through, they don't whip the hell out of anybody, like Kramer said on Seinfeld, but they whip a vote, and if they can't get to Tulsi Gabbard, they can't get to that 50 mark where the vice president would vote. They start telling Trump, we can't get her over, let's remove. Now, I don't know that, but I'm telling you that is the hope. If we've got to give you Hegseth, You got to give us one, and that's Tulsi Gabbard. Be concerned, because you don't want Ratcliffe. Let me tell you something. You do not want Ratcliffe. Let me say this. Marco Rubio got 99 votes for Secretary of State. Did that get you? He got 99 votes. Something's wrong. Ratcliffe got 21 for the CIA. He got 21 Democrat votes. Yeah, You need Tulsi Gabbard to be the head of national intelligence. If they remove Tulsi Gabbard and you've got Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, Ratcliffe, CIA, and she's not the head of intelligence, we may have an issue. Just putting it out there. So we'll see come next week what happens. I just want to play the opening on Pete Hegseth so you can hear the narrative. Well, I hope they lose their license, Sue, and I don't know what I'll do if MSNBC goes off the air, but here's video 2.
We are being tasked to trust our armed forces to a man with a history of erratic behavior. One of the kindest words that might be used to describe Mr. Hegseth is erratic. And that's a quality you don't want as head of DOD.
His experience in the line of fire and his service member advocacy make at least one thing clear. Pete Hegseth will put the men and women of our military first.
He advocated for pardons for war criminals and questioned the rules of engagement that are designed to protect civilians from harm. And he exhibited a stunning lack of basic knowledge on the threats our country faces.
As Pete said at his hearing last week, we don't need more bureaucracy at the top. We need more war fighters empowered at the bottom.
Those were Democratic and Republican senators yesterday before Pete Hegseth's nomination for defense secretary cleared a key hurdle. The question is, does the former Fox News host have enough support to get confirmed later today?
All right, folks, that will be tonight. That will be the vote. We're going to talk about Davos when we return. Give me 75. Trump looks at the camera. He doesn't go to Davos. They are there. And Klaus Schwab welcomes him, and he lets them have it. I mean, lets them have it. And we are back on the world stage. They know who's in charge. And all they could say, basically, was, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we can't wait to have you here as our guest. That's it. He shocked them. He went after, we want lower prices, oil prices. He's 100% right. If oil goes down, Biden had Russia, the war, the billions of dollars that you spent as American citizens, and all the sanctions they claim they had, Vladimir Putin has been making an enormous amount of money on the price of oil, natural gas, and other things that he's selling on the dark market or whatever you want to call it. And Trump's right. You bring down the price of oil, you collapse. Russia, that is the bank. In Russia, they got to make a deal. This guy knows what he's doing. Here's one that I really enjoyed, and we'll talk about this in a minute. He looked right at them yesterday, and he said, number 72, Diane, President Donald Trump says he'll demand that the interest rate drops immediately. Now, the world waited, all right? Give me number 71. Now, what really has, this is in a week, 4 days. People, the estimates from CNN and Stephen Ratner and MSNBC and CBS, they all came out every week what Trump's policies would do. All right. What Trump's policies would do to inflation, what Trump's policies would do to your 401k, what Trump's proposed policies, how it would collapse our economy, what Trump's policies would do in our standing in the world. He said, I want interest rates down. I want the price of oil down. I'm going to give you a 15% tax if you make it here. If you want to, if you don't, he told the world yesterday, that audience, if you make it in the United States, 15%. If you don't, you'll pay a tariff to come into the country. And then he ripped the EU and said, look, here's how we get treated in the EU. Wow. Damn. And guess what happened? His Davos speech, the market reacted to the positive? It didn't collapse Wall Street this morning in panic? No, not at all. Take a break. We'll be right back. Wait a minute. Before we take a break, at 9:30, give me, Diane, give me, at 9:30, I had it here just a minute ago. Give me number 30. We have HB 581 in Georgia. So if you're out there nationally, you may want to pay attention to this. We have Senator Chuck Hofstadter. He's from the 52nd District. He's a Republican from Rome. He'll be with us at 9:30. And then he is chair of the Georgia State Senate Finance Committee. And number 31, another state senator, the majority leader, Republican majority leader, he'll be with us at 8:30 this morning because we're going to be talking about HB 581. A lot of confusion about this, but it deals with property tax assessment, right? Capping property tax, and all these municipalities, counties, and Board of Education that want to opt out. That's at 9:30. Now, at 10 o'clock, the Georgia Hour at 10 o'clock, I'm going to be doing a special 1 hour part. Go ahead, take that down. A 1 hour part one, Republican Party of Georgia. Can you hold your majority in 2026? Can you take the Trump win in 2024 and turn it into a positive in 2026? Or is 2026 the year that Democrats gain some control under the Gold Dome in Atlanta? Everything they don't want to talk about, we'll talk about at 10 o'clock. You don't want to miss that. Diane, let's take a break and we'll be right back.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Larry's Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, folks, we're back. I'm your host, BKP. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com, voiceofruralamerica.com. So yesterday at Davos, let's see. Which one do I want? I want to go with this briefly. Diane. Good morning, Diane. How are you? I know we've got a lot going on today. I appreciate it. We're looking at, again, here's number 47. This is Pete Hegseth will be voted on tonight for Department of Defense. And Tulsi Gabbard gets January 30th intelligence hearing. So that will be January 30th. That's happening. So let me get here to this one. This is interesting. I'm not going to play the video today, but number 78 and 79. Former Politico reporters, Mark Caputo and Tara Palmieri reveal their previous employer blocked negative stories about Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and the infamous laptop. Now, I had the video. We've got so much going on today. And here's also in the New York Post, 79, ex-Politico reporters reveal cowardly editors buried bombshell Hunter Biden laptop stories. Now, when Trump says these people are crooks, they are crooked. They are. This is a crooked situation. Well, we'll leave it at that. Now, here's a video, Diane, I came across, and I just thought I want to put this out because we've been talking about vaccines this week and money to play. Give me video 7, Diane. Video 7. Let's run this one before we get into the Davos.
Not push the vaccine. You were told if you had pushed the vaccine for your patients, say you had pushed 6,000 people who were your patients at that time to get the COVID vaccine, what would have been the income to you?
Yeah, so Blue Cross Blue Shield had an incentive program to get doctors to administer these shots. And under that incentive program, if I had vaccinated the 6,000 patients that I treated for COVID, I would have made $1.5 million.
So, I mean, the follow the money thing is just, it's staggering.
Just thought I would throw that in the mix. Wow. All right, so Davos yesterday, the World Economic Forum. Trump did not go there. Trump gave a virtual statement. And to me, I thought it was amazing. I really did. I thought it was amazing. Here is MSNBC. Now, they are upset. All of them are, because Joe Biden, remember, we're back. Remember that Joe went on his first trip and they gushed that America is back. Our allies are excited. And remember all that? Let's go with video 1.
Welcome back. President Trump yesterday delivered his first major international speech of his new term, appearing virtually at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Over the course of 45 minutes, the president criticized European regulators, doubled down on across-the-board tariffs, and claimed the war in Ukraine would end if Saudi Arabia and OPEC members lowered the price of oil.
From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our cars, yet they send cars to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do. Like, for instance, I think they actually, in terms of these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad. And they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent, for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost.
The war in Ukraine clearly on the president's mind because he had more to say about it during the second half of his sit-down interview with Fox News that aired last night.
All right, so the war in Ukraine, we'll go into that in just a moment. The EU, I have to tell you, he had the nerve. He looked at him, he said, the EU, a VAT tax, a value-added tax, all right? A VAT tax on our foreign products, our cars. We can't get anything in the EU. You don't treat us right. And you will. You will. If you want to ship to America, you will treat us. You will. Then what they cut out is he went on to Canada. Now, many of you, I get the messages and I appreciate it, and I don't disagree wholeheartedly. And I'm not leaving myself open there, but I understand the North American Union, the concerns that when you see Canada and Greenland and things going on with Mexico and Panama Canal, there are some concerns on the North American Union. And I agree with you on those concerns, but we have to. He went on yesterday to tell them. He told the world yesterday that no longer will there be a trade deficit with Canada. And he told them at Davos, he said, I watched it. He said, we don't need their cars. Now, I brought up on this show, I presented to you, if you're new to the show, a couple weeks ago, I think it was, Diane, I showed you every Ontario plant. I showed you the Cilantras or Cilanta, whatever they are, Cilanta or whatever they are, the Chrysler, Dodge, Mopar for us old people, okay? I showed Ford and I showed General Motors in Canada. And, hey, he'll shut them down in a minute. He just will. Oh, by the way, in that first week, he ended EV subsidies, and he looked at Davos yesterday. They freaked out when they got done. They had to go in emergency behind closed door and hyperventilate. They were handing out paper bags when Trump got done. Breathe into the bag. Because he said, the Green New Scam, the Green New Deal. And he looked right at him. He said, we're out of the Paris climate, deal. Boom. Just rolled it right out. And I'm going to talk about Stargate in a minute. He brought that up. AI leading the world. Now, there's a lot of controversy around that, but he told him yesterday. And he said the Green New Scam, it's over. The World Health Organization, it's over. Canada, he looked at them and said, Canada, they can be the 51st state if they want to. There'll no longer be a trade deficit. I will have to say, I never thought he would come out of the box the way he has on the world stage and the things he has done. So, that being said, bringing the oil prices down. He's 100% right. Joe Biden Joe Biden not only allowed the war to happen, Joe Biden not only allowed Ukraine to send them the tanks and the military equipment they need, he allowed Russia to increase their wealth through energy that they sell, the gas and oil and so forth. And it's like you said, bring those prices down. Putin will have no choice. Guy knows what he's talking about. So let's go to video 3, the Ukraine war, because it will end. It will end, video 3.
And it has to stop. Do you know they've lost about 850,000 Russian soldiers and 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers? And Zelensky, I will say this, he wants to settle now. He's had enough. He shouldn't have allowed this to happen either. No. You know, if he's no angel, he shouldn't have allowed this war to happen. First of all, he's fighting a much bigger entity, okay? Much bigger. When he was, talking so brave and so... Now, two things happened. They were brave, but we gave them billions of dollars. The United States spent $200 billion more than Europe. Why did we spend more? You know why? Because Biden never asked Europe to spend more. Look, Zelensky was fighting a much bigger entity, much bigger, much more powerful. He shouldn't have done that because we could have made a deal, and it would have been a deal that would have been a nothing deal. I could have made that deal so easily. And Zelensky decided that I want to fight, they have 30,000 army tanks. Russia has 30,000 army tanks. Zelensky had none, practically. You don't fight those. Now, then we started pouring equipment, pouring. And they had the bravery to use the equipment. But in the end, this war has to be settled.
They rigged an election, and just in that war alone, 1 million people are dead. They rigged an election. Do you ever think about that? The loss of life? I mean, when someone says to me, I don't totally disagree, but when someone says to me, do you realize that if we would not have gone, if Biden would not have been installed into the White House, all these things we're doing now, these positives, maybe would not have happened? I get that side of it, but there's a side of it that says 1 million people could be alive. There's a side of it that says that 20 million people would not be in this country illegally. There's a couple sides. There's a side that says that our schools and our local services would not be taxed, when I mean to the point that they can't go on, and our schools are burdened and don't have the money to go on because of the illegals. Our hospitals are collapsing. There's that side of me that says we could have avoided that also. Because every time I hear, look at what all we really found out. Okay, all right. Our schools are collapsing. Our hospitals are collapsing. 20 million people. We don't know where a dirty bomb is. Terrorists in the country. 1 million people are dead over Ukraine and Russia, not to speak of other places in the world where they're dead. Israel was attacked. Hamas, terrorists, 13 military men and women dead in Afghanistan. But look what all we learned. Okay, all right. So yesterday he put it right out there. He did. He put it right out there, and he said, you're right. Zelensky, you can act brave. You can act brave on your horse all day long, but they got 30,000 tanks. So he's no angel. They will end this war. Now, there'll be criticism right now that Trump said he'd have it ended in 24 hours. And basically, I will say this war is over. He will end this war. He put the world on notice. He put Saudi Arabia on notice. He put everybody on notice. I will shut down the lifeblood that Russia has through energy. All right, so I also want to listen to this one right here. Video 5, Trump to the chair of Bank of America. Video 5.
Where you're going to bring it down to 15%, which is really something. And by the way, speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job, but I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives, because many conservatives complain that the banks are not allowing them to do business within the bank, and that included a place called Bank of America. They don't take conservative business. And I don't know if the regulators mandated that because of Biden or what, but you and Jamie and everybody, I hope you're going to open your banks to conservatives, because what you're doing is wrong.
Mr. President, I'll say that your friend Gianni said hello, told me to tell you hello, and we look forward to sponsoring the World Cup when it comes, both this summer for the club and next year. So thank you for getting that for the United States.
Bank of America, egg on your face. Give me number 39. They're all sitting there, and he scolded every last one. He let them have it on behalf of you and I, America first, everything about it. Bank of America accused of discriminating against conservatives. Now, give me number 40. Bank of America has come out. I understand. Someone sent it to me. Trump lashes out at banks over treatment of conservatives. Bank of America responds publicly to Trump's Davos speech. Conservatives, we like you. Please, we like you. We will service your accounts. We will. We promise. So, Bank of America on notice yesterday in front of the entire world. There's one I want to get to before we get to the bottom of an hour and our guests come in. And Diane, our pet of the week, as soon as our guests are done, we're going to come back, and I want to run that before we go to commercial and start our 10 o'clock hour. So this week, both of us together will try to remember that. Diane sends me every Friday. We have a pet, and we discuss when we're going to do it, and we both just bypass it, not intentionally. So number 45, I told you what happened. I told you exactly what happened here. All right. We'll talk about birthright citizenship later. And I want to talk about the Fed interest rates, because he said something yesterday with a smile. And Jerome Powell said he will not. So I'll explain that in just a minute, what's going on there. I absolutely love the way Trump operates. Trump staff furious after Musk trashes AI project. Now, little buddy here, or first buddy, or whoever he is, this Gilligan, come out and said that they had no money. Give me number 77. Now, Stargate was announced. They have no money. And if you push Trump, and I don't say you have to push him for the truth, but if you push Trump, Trump's not going to play games. He's going to tell you Elon Musk's influence in the Trump administration. So this is SoftBank CEO, the gentleman from Oracle, and Sam Altman. Now, I told you this weeks ago. I've said it several times. And when it came out that Elon Musk said, give me number 76, that, hey, they don't have the money. I showed you yesterday where Microsoft said, we're good for our $80 billion. Elon Musk feuds cool off with one big exception. So I told you this yesterday. Let's go with the Stargate. This is video 8, Diane. I'm sorry, I didn't set it up. Video 8. I want to go to 8 minutes and 28 seconds. So go ahead and start it. Cut me off from talking. 8:28 on video 8. But Elon Musk saying they didn't have any money.
there'll be a lot of problems.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people, so.
Are you worried that AI is going to replace many American jobs? Does that worry you?
No. It's going to create tremendous numbers of jobs. It's going to also create a lot of benefits medically for cancer research and other things. It's going to have a huge positive impact. And, we want to be ahead of China. We're right now way ahead of China. David Sachs is one of the all-time experts. That people are amazed that you just met him. I don't know if he's still here. There he is. But one of the most respected people in that world. It's a whole different world. And we're ahead of China now because of what I'm doing. And I think it's going to be very successful.
Mr. President, please, you just asked the Davos Forum again that NATO countries should.
All right, I want to jump to 14 minutes and 29 seconds. 14 minutes and 29 seconds.
To negotiate.
I don't know, but I think you should make a deal.
Mr. President, does it bother you that Elon Musk criticized a deal that you made publicly, that he said that he tweeted that?
No, it doesn't. He hates one of the people in the deal.
Have you spoken to him since then?
No. I've spoken to Elon, but I've spoken to all of them, actually. No, the people in the deal are very, very smart people. But Elon, one of the people he happens to hate, but I have certain hatreds of people, too.
Sir, on China, what do you think Xi Jinping can do?
Number 76. I told you this. I told you. Elon Musk hates Sam Altman. Now, whether you agree with him hating Sam Altman, whether you like Sam Altman, regardless of where you stand on this, I told you this days on end. Elon Musk hates Sam Altman, and the very minute that Sam Altman came into play, he is angry over it. And, Trump said, well, I hate some people too, but we'll get over it. These are smart people. We're moving forward. Now, as far as Stargate's concerned, you need to understand, yesterday Trump said he will give them approvals under emergency orders for these data centers, and he will also clear the way for them to build their own energy plants, electrical energy plants with coal backup systems on the location where the data center is. So they're going to build the data center. They're going to build the power plant on the same facility, on the same property, with a coal backup center, COAL backup center as they go. So interest rates. I want to talk about interest rates because we're getting close to the bottom of the hour and I have my guests coming in at 9:30. Let's go ahead. I want to go with the video 8 on interest rates. I want you to listen to something. 10 minutes, video 8, Diane.
To 5%, yeah.
Mr. President, you said earlier during your speech at Davos that you would like to see interest rates come down. How much would you like to see them come down?
A lot.
And will you talk
I'd like to see them come down a lot, and oil prices will come down. And when oil prices come down, everything's going to be cheaper for the American people and actually for the world, but for the American people. So I'd like to see oil prices come down. And when the energy comes down, that's going to knock out a lot of the inflation. That's going to automatically bring the interest rates down.
Are you worried that
you said that you would demand?
Are you worried that there's too much going on at once if you're trying to bring interest rates down, get the economy back going?
No, it just works that way. I mean, it's just economically works that way. When the oil comes down, it'll bring down prices. Then you won't have inflation, and then the interest rates will come down.
You said that you would demand that the interest rates come down.
Well, I would. I would put in a strong statement.
Do you expect the Fed to listen to you?
Yeah.
Are you going to talk to Powell about this and bringing the rates down?
At the right time, I would.
Sir, do you think any of the people you pardoned that were participating in the jail?
Are you ready? do you expect Powell, Jerome Powell, the head of the Fed, the chair, do you expect Powell to listen to you? Yeah. Did you like the yeah? I love the yeah. Yeah. Do you expect Jerome Powell to listen to you? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Now, let me give you the brief significance of that, and we're going to get ready for our next guest coming in. Folks, the reason why Christopher Wray gave his resignation is because the FBI, it is federal, and it falls under the executive branch. So Christopher Wray, he had, 2 more years left on his term, but he went ahead at the FBI and resigned. And a lot of people are saying, well, he didn't have to. Yes, the FBI is federal and falls under the executive branch. Now, remember, Jerome Powell, when asked, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, will you resign? And he said, no, absolutely not. Okay. And the difference is there's nothing federal about the Federal Reserve. That's who loans us money. That's who owns the place. That's who keeps the Treasury pumping all the debt at interest that we pay on the debt. So when you talk about the interest per year we pay on the debt, we pay that to the Federal Reserve that's loaning us the money or printing it for us. Not all of it. I'm going to have financial people break that down. But the point being is, the reason Jerome Powell said no is because Jerome Powell said no because it's not federal. And Trump made a statement there. Interest rates are not controlled by the executive branch. But Trump's very bold on that and said yes. So let's see what happens to that Federal Reserve that Jerome Powell said no. And he said he will listen. We'll see. All right. Now, I want to play one more. We got to go in a minute. This is the Lumbee Indian Tribe, 245. Video 8, 245.
That's great.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum encouraging departments and agencies in your government, including the Department of the Interior, to promote federal recognition of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina.
I love the Lumbee tribe. So this is their first big step, right?
This would be a huge step for them, sir.
Yeah, they were with me all the way. They were great. North Carolina, Lumbee tribe.
Lumbee Indians in North Carolina. I will close today with, yes, your host has a personal Lumbee Indian North Carolina story. Does that shock you that I have a story for the Lumbee Indians, recognized by the Department of Interior, step 1, to be recognized in America? So we're going to go to break. When we return, we will have number 30, Senator Chuck Hofstadter from Rome, Georgia, and then go from there to number 31, right there, number 30 to number 31, the Georgia State Senate Majority Leader Steve Gooch. They will be with us when we return to talk about HB 581, and then give me number 35, our Fannin County Republican Party. I just got the menu. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I'll tell you. I'm looking. Would it be inappropriate to call it vittles? Like, would that shock you? I just got the menu for the vittles. Do you understand what that is? Fannin County Republican Party, please come join us. We'll take a break and we'll be right back and talk about HB 581 here in Georgia. Take a break.
Day Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Day Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCar Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
Welcome, welcome to this special edition of the Georgia Hour with BKP on voiceofruralamerica.com. This is a special segment that we're doing today, this Friday, January 24th, 2025, on the Georgia Hour. Now, we presented a segment maybe a little over a week ago concerning HB 581. And before I bring my guest in here, in November, Georgia voters had some constitutional amendments on their ballot when they went to vote. And they had a constitutional question or change on the ballot. Proposition 1, HB 581, dealt with property tax appraisals. Now, in general, there's a lot of people have been very concerned with their taxes going up on property tax, appraisals going up enormously in the past several years. And lawmakers last year put a question on the ballot that said HB 581 that dealt with appraisals and capping property tax assessments. That being said, it was voted in 60-some percent. I mean, like 65% of Georgians voted yes on this proposal. Many counties voted 60 to 75% yes on the proposal, on the constitutional amendment. Let me get that clear. But there is an option for cities, municipalities in Georgia, counties, and the Board of Education to opt out. All right. Now, that being said, there are town hall meetings all across the state that where the county, the cities, and Board of Education are holding for citizens to come and address this opting out. Since we had State Senator from the 51st District, Steve Gooch, on last time, he's the state Republican majority leader in the Senate. Since that, I went to a public hearing in Fannin County, and I listened to the Board of Education and the commissioners and some of the city council members and some citizens. And there's a lot of confusion around this. So I asked yesterday. I read an article in the Rome newspaper that was published, a guest article from the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, State Senator from the 52nd District, Chuck Hufstedler. And so we're going to bring in State Senator Steve Gooch and State Senator Chuck Hufstedler, if they're both available. And we're going to try to clear up the confusion on HB 581. Are they available, Diane? Do we have both of them ready? Okay, I have State Senator Steve Gooch. I got a message. Good morning, Senator. I got a message that he was trying to sign in, Diane. Did you get that? It said logged in and waiting. Did you get that message that the state senator?
I see he's trying to go in, but he doesn't have his camera working yet.
Okay, so we're waiting on him to come in. Hold on just a minute.
BKP, tell him not to worry about the camera. He's not that good looking anyway.
All right, so Diane, if he's available, it comes in. We got to take advantage of the time we have, and we appreciate. We know State Senator Steve Gooch has a top of the hour meeting when we discussed this yesterday. So if he becomes available, let's just bring him in and we'll introduce him. Folks, joining us now from the 51st District, the Majority Leader in State Senate, Steve Gooch. Good morning, Senator. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing well. I'm driving up Georgia 400, but I have my hands on the wheel. But it's good to be with you.
Okay. All right. So from the last time we talked, I went to a town hall meeting, and I listened, and I'm going to give you a couple of the things that came out, and then some of the confusion. And I will say that I think some of the confusion, in my words, is being created. That's my comment. Let me ask you a question as far as HB 581, the Senate last year.
Yes.
When you passed it out of the Senate, just for some clarification here of the opt-out, when you passed it out of the Senate, did it go to the House with an opt-out option? And what was that vote like from the Georgia State Senate?
The opt-out version came from the House. When we passed it out of the Senate, it was a clean bill that gave no opt-out by the locals. I think when it came out of the Senate, the local government associations that you talked about so much this week, ACCG, GMA, and then, of course, the Georgia School Board Association, they all started to get into what I call the panic mode. They don't like these kinds of bills because it limits their ability to raise revenues. And so they started to push back and fight the House on the bill, trying to kill it. The House knew they could not kill this bill. They had to pass it because it was good for taxpayers and for homeowners. So they compromised with these local government entities to put this opt-out language in the bill. And the House members told us in the Senate that was the only way they could get the votes to pass it out of the House. So they sent it back to us with that language in it, which I think was, now looking back, is a big mistake, because almost 2/3 of the school boards around the state are having these hearings. They haven't all decided yet to opt out, but it looks like they're leaning that direction.
All right. So now it left the Senate, went over to the House. It did not have an opt-out clause in the bill. These are my words. So the Georgia School Board Association, the Georgia Municipal Association, and ACCG, the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia, they lobbied the House, my words, they lobbied the House to get an opt-out clause in this. So that's basically where that came from, the House, and the only way you could get it passed is when it came back is with the opt-out. Now, why do they want to opt out? Let's make that simple. And why? We have counties, we have cities, we'll get into that, but why so many school districts want to opt out of this? What's your thought?
Personally, I think if you go back, and I made this statement on your show last week, I would encourage everybody that's listening to us today to go get your tax bill from your drawer, wherever you keep your records. If you don't keep your past years of tax records, go to the courthouse, go online to your county tax commissioner's office, and pull up about 7 to 10 years of your property tax bill on your home, and just look at how fast these tax increases have gone up. And a lot of the counties, cities, or school boards around the state have done it in a clever way. They've kept the millage rate the same so they wouldn't get blamed for raising taxes by raising the millage rate. But instead, they did what we consider a backdoor tax increase. Anytime you reassess properties in the county, and if you don't lower that millage rate by the same amount that the increase in values have gone up, then you're essentially raising people's taxes. And so these local governments fear raising the millage rate because local taxpayers are always looking to see if you've raised the millage rate. Instead, they keep the millage rate the same. In some of these counties, we've seen 15, 20, 30, even 40% tax increases because the values of these homes have gone up so rapidly since 2021 or 22. And so they fear losing that ability to raise all that significant revenue. This bill does not lower their revenue that they're currently collecting. That is another one of those scare tactics that they're putting out. They're saying, oh, we can't operate the school, we can't make payroll, we can't operate park and rec, we can't keep our roads and bridges up because this bill is going to hinder us from being able to collect the money that we need to maintain local services. That's not true. What this bill does is it keeps the inflated increases from going up more than the previous year's CPI, which is still 5, 6, 7%. In the last 2 years, we've seen CPIs as high as 8 and 10%. If a local school board tells you that they need more than a 10% increase in revenues, something's wrong in the way they manage their budgets.
All right. So, I was going to have another state senator on here, and not to get you brought it up, but not to get you to answer for it. He wrote an op-ed piece in the Rome paper, Chuck Hofstadler, that I read, and it says scare tactics fuel opt-out argument. Let me tell you some of the things that when you get into these counties, we're getting things much like, and they start discussing things, and no disrespect to the citizens, but they get a little confusing. They want to start discussing the home rule, and they'll lose the home rule, and floating exemptions, and their exemptions they already have in place. What is some clarification in that confusion that you have heard from taxpayers? Can you clear up when they start talking about, well, we don't want to lose home rule, and we already have floating exemptions and things of that nature? Can you address that?
Sure. First of all, any county, city, or school board that currently has an exemption on the books for any citizen, those citizens will continue to collect that exemption. This bill does nothing to that. In fact, if the exemption is not as good as what this new rule would give the taxpayer, then whichever benefits the taxpayer the most will then go to that taxpayer. So if any school board member or any local government member tells you that this is going to somehow impact what you're currently going to get, that is not true at all. This is in addition to that. This is basically a protection plan to prevent tax assessors' offices from reassessing your home for a greater value than what the previous year's inflation was for our state. And that's all it does. It's very clear. It does not stop them from collecting revenues. School boards, counties, and cities can still maintain local control by setting the millage rate like they have done forever in this state for 200 years. They will continue to raise the millage rate if they have to raise the millage rate to balance their budgets, or they can cut expenses. If they don't have enough money to run their systems, they have two choices, Brian. They can cut expenses, or they can adjust their millage rate to make sure the revenues are there to meet their needs for their community.
Okay. What I heard the other night and is being reported in some publications is some citizens said, well, we didn't understand it and we voted yes. And that's one of the tactics they're using. And a question that I had posed to me is, if you have a county that they don't opt out, but one of the municipalities opt out, and they pass a flossed, can they still do that? Can the county participate in that, and the city that opts out does not get to participate in it? What's some of the clarification on that, on who opts out and who gets to participate in the flossed?
Right. So the flossed, set the flossed aside. It is a separate issue that ended up being on this bill to make it a package deal for property owners' tax relief. It has nothing to do with the floating homestead exemption as far as how it would be implemented by the county or the city. But it does require that the cities all participate and agree on the floss. The schools are not participating in the floss, but it's a floating local option sales tax that is intended to lower the millage rate. For every dollar they receive in that sales tax revenue, they would be forced to lower their millage rates by that same dollar amount. So if they collect $20 million a year with a sales tax currently, then if you added the extra 1%, which we call floss, then the millage rates for those cities and those counties would have to be lowered the exact same dollar amount, dollar for dollar. What that means in some situations, like even in Fannin County, where you have one of the lowest millage rates in the state, you could essentially eliminate property taxes for the Fannin County homeowners if they were to pass this floss tax. So that is very attractive to a lot of homeowners that have a fixed income, a senior citizen, and what have you. And it's only the people who are spending the money in the community that are at that point paying, which includes all your tourists and all your visitors that come in and out of the community throughout the year. So that may be something that would be attractive to Fannin County and the cities of Blue Ridge and McKaysville. So I would encourage them to take a real sharp look at that, but it does not help the school board whatsoever.
Okay, so why not? Why not the school board? What was the reason the school board can't participate in that? And they actually, I'll just say this. I was in a meeting, and not to quote anyone at the school board or the superintendent of schools, but, they're immediately, the local publication starts writing at that they got to start cutting programs, and they would have to, maybe lay people off, and just, I call it the scare tactics. Why can't the school participate in it? What was the reasoning for that?
I don't know the background and why they allowed it just for the cities and the counties. I think the cities and the counties were the ones who advocated for it the most. But remember, this is not a way to generate extra revenue. So even the cities and counties aren't going to come out with more money if they pass the floss. It's a substitute for one revenue source for another. So you take $10 million out of the ad valorem tax category and $10 million back in from sales tax. So it's a zero-sum game. You're not going to get an additional penny for passing the floss. It's just a way to help reduce the burden of somebody owning a home and having to pay the government to live in their own home. And if you don't pay that tax, guess what happens? The government comes and takes it away. The only source of revenue that a school board has to generate for their operations is the ad valorem tax. I would love to see us find an alternative to that, but I didn't see that opportunity in this bill, because that would require an additional constitutional amendment to allow the school boards to levy sales tax for something other than capital goods. If you remember, the SPLOS that the schools collect today are only allowed to use that money for capital projects and expenditures. There's a few exceptions for technology and books and so forth, but it cannot be used for daily operating expenses. So that's the main reason why schools are not included in those floss and loss negotiations.
Would anything altering HB 581, would it cause us to have to vote again to amend the Constitution, or can they amend this without going through the voters?
House Bill 581 can be amended as many times as the Georgia General Assembly desires. The constitutional portion of it cannot be amended by general law. It has to be amended by another vote of the taxpayers. if that makes sense. So anything that was
No,
in the
no, it
constitutional
didn't.
amendment.
What separates those two? It didn't to
So,
me. What separates those two?
okay. Well, the constitutional amendment was passed under a different law. That was 1021, I believe. It was House
Okay.
Resolution 1021. So if you pull up House Resolution 1021, there's the provisions of changing the Constitution are clearly identified and delineated what that constitutional amendment does. House Bill 581 is what we call the enabling legislation for
Okay.
the how to carry out that process. It's sort of like a homeowners association that has covenants and bylaws, and then you have rules and regulations. The covenants and bylaws can only be changed by like a 2/3 vote of the homeowners, but the rules and regulations can be changed by a majority vote of the HOA, correct? Same thing at the General
Yeah.
Assembly.
So,
It takes 50% of the House and Senate to pass a general bill, but it takes 2/3 of the House and Senate to pass a constitutional amendment. So the meat and the potatoes of all this stuff is in House Bill 581. To change the Constitution, that was done in House Resolution 1021.
so 1021 changed the Constitution, and when you change the Constitution, you have to have a bill that activates it. If
That's correct.
581 activated the change.
That's right. This
So-
basically
so-
it's a mechanism of carrying out the changes in the constitutional amendment.
So what's to protect people in Georgia from 581 not getting altered in a negative way instead of, I mean, I guess there's no protection there whatsoever that 581 cannot be altered in a negative way?
It could be changed. It could be repealed. A lot of things can happen. The constitutional amendment is the one that protects the homeowners on these fast, rapid increases in value. So
Okay.
that's documented now in the Constitution. That part cannot be changed unless it goes back to the voters for a vote. House Bill 581 is just basically the mechanism of how do we implement it and how do we lay it out and moving forward. And that's where the opt-out version came, which in my opinion should not have been put in the bill, but it can be altered, and it's possible it could be this year, but it'll have to be done quickly because all of your local governments have to get their tax digest approved quickly. They have to get their budgets adopted in order to get the millage rate set by midsummer to get the tax bills out by fall, which are usually paid sometime between November and January 1st.
Okay, is there anything going on in legislation now under the Gold Dome this year that would alter 581? Is there anything happening right now as we speak?
The only discussions that I'm aware of, Brian, are over in the House. There's discussion, and there may be a bill. I think Representative Chastain may know more about this. I've heard there's a bill in the House that would extend the opt-out deadline by 1 or 2 months. That's, in my opinion, is a little troubling. I do not want to give more opportunities for local governments to opt out of this provision. This bill was intended to help homeowners. It will help homeowners. I do not believe it'll have a negative impact to the local governments at all. A lot of the cities and counties are staying in. They're not opting out. We have some school boards now that are going to stay in as well. Pickens County, I was told yesterday, is not going to opt out. Union County is not going to opt out. Lumpkin County has had their second hearing. They have a lot of opposition to the school boards opting out. I hope after the third hearing they have next week, the school board will decide not to opt out as well. This is good for the property owners, good for the homeowners, and it will not hinder school boards from doing their jobs, in my opinion.
All right. What is there anything that we did not cover this morning that is coming up as far as questions that you're getting or things that we need to make sure the citizens are aware? Because I will tell you this, when you go to a town hall meeting, and I say this in all due respect of your counties and your cities and the Board of Education, but a lot of people are saying things that make it very confusing if you're sitting in the room. And I don't think it's that hard because they keep talking about home rule, exemptions, having to raise taxes, the millage rate. And then there's the what services do you want us to cut? What would you want to close with this morning as far as maybe helping clear some things up?
First of all, I would encourage your listeners to go to these hearings. Don't sit at home and complain about it after the fact. It's important that you get off the couch, go to these hearings, listen to what's being told, ask questions, and then express your opinions loudly to these local government officials. They need to hear from the citizens, because if people don't show up, they're going to say, well, nobody came to the meetings, no one's complaining, or what have you. Furthermore, I would say look at the revenues that they have collected over the last 5 to 10 years and answer this question. Why do they want to keep raising the revenues with tax increases off of values and not raising the millage rate? It's because of the accountability of it. They do not want to take the pressure from the taxpayers for voting to increase the millage rate. The same thing would happen if we were downtown Atlanta today, increasing the income tax rate from 5.2 to 5.5. You and your people would be raising hell with us for raising taxes. Instead, we're down there this week lowering the income tax rate by 20 basis points. We're lowering it for the third year in a row, putting that money back in the taxpayers' pockets, because that's money that's coming in that is a surplus to the general fund and to the state budget. And so we're sending that money back. We're not putting more money into state government and creating a bigger bureaucracy. Look and see what local governments have done with their money, and ask the question, why do you keep raising revenues 15, 20, 30% year after year? And that is what's going on. And I wish Chuck Hufstetler were on here today to tell you what's happening in his district, because it's worse than it is in North Georgia. It is a lot worse in Rome than it is up in Dahlonega or Ellijay or Blue Ridge or Blairsville and some of the other parts of my district. So if you listen to other people in the state, you're going to find that this is being abused, and it's a backdoor tax increase as a way for local governments not to have to raise the millage rate. And if they need more money, they need to be able to stand up in front of the taxpayers and explain why. That's plain and simple. So people need to get up, go to the school board meetings, go to the town hall meetings with the cities and the counties, ask questions, and I think you'll see that they're raising a lot of revenues off of these increases on homeowner values, and that is pushing people to a point where they can no longer afford to live in their home.
So this basically curtails increased revenue based on assessment. That
Correct.
no longer be the case. And hearing, and I don't want to identify a certain county, because that's not fair to any other county, because every county is not alike. Or I'll say it like this, not every county's been a good steward of taxpayers' money, but we'll leave that out there for you out there to decide. The point is, instead of the assessments raising the revenue that's coming into the county or Board of Education or the city, they just have to say, we want more money, we're going to raise your taxes, and here's why.
That's it.
And
total transparency.
And that's pretty much it. Total transfer.
And let me remind you one more thing, if I can, and I have some more time if you want to keep talking. People who move to these communities, businesses that come here and build buildings, whether it's hospitals or restaurants or hotels, there's new growth in the digest from all of that construction. This does not prevent counties from collecting new monies from that new growth. So if you have 400 or 500 new homes a year being built in your hometown, or in some counties there's thousands of new homes being built, all that's new money to the local governments. This bill does not stop that one bit from coming in, and they'll continue to collect all of that new money from all their new growth. In fact, if you sell a home that's on the books for $200,000, if a $200,000 house sells for $400,000, as soon as that sale hits the books, the tax assessor will reassess that house for this, basically for the sales price of $400,000, and the school and the city and the county will then start collecting that that local millage rate against the new price of which that new owner paid for that house. And so when we lock in these assessments at a lower rate, that's only as long as the person who owns the house keeps it. As soon as they sell it, or if they modify it and renovate it or add on to it, the tax assessor is going to reassess it, and then the counties and the cities and the local schools will then be able to collect a new tax on that new value based on the sales price or the value at that point. So this is not as big of an impact on them as they're letting everybody know. They are, maybe they're a little unsure themselves as to what the impact's going to be, but this is going to limit the amount of growth in the increase of the values to not exceed the year of prior year's CPI. Last year, that was 6% or 7%. 2 years ago, it was 8%, and the previous year, I think, was 10%. So surely they can live within their means if they can live with a 10% increase in their revenue. I know I have to do that at my house, and I think everybody else that's listening does the same thing. We're all on fixed incomes to some point, and we believe the government should live on a fixed income as well. And if they can't, they need to go on a diet and cut their spending.
All right. So the other night when I was at a meeting, exemptions started coming up. Several counties, and not every county it has the same exemption. So let me just say out there before I ask this question, I don't know what exemptions your county has in place. But the other night at a meeting, a list of exemptions came up that they already have in place in the counties. And it got very confusing on, would this alter any of the exemptions? And then the other question is, would there ever be a time where HB 581 would take precedence over the exemption? Or could the state say, your exemptions are no longer valid? I mean, I will tell you, that's what continued to come up, got very convoluted, and I think confusing at a lot of these meetings. So real quick answer is it will not impact any current exemption, period. If, let's say, Forsyth County has a 4% assessment freeze, in other words, they can't increase the assessments more than 4%, but the CPI for last year was only 1% or 2%, then whichever one is better for the homeowner would take precedent, to answer your question. So in this scenario, if you had a 2% CPI last year, but a local legislation that was at 4%, then the state's 2% freeze cap would take effect and take precedent over the 4%. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. So whichever benefits the taxpayer the most is the one that you go with. The local tax assessor's offices have the technology and the equipment and the software to manage all of this. It is not a logistical issue at all. I've heard that being thrown up as well, that they're saying that the local tax assessor's office can't handle this. That's not true. They already handle it. They're doing it now with 15 or 20 different categories of tax parcels and tax values. So this wouldn't alter any of your tax exemptions in your county, and the best exemption, whether it be the state or the county, is what would benefit the taxpayer that year. Whichever one is beneficial, most advantageous to the homeowner, is the one that would take precedent. That's right. If the state is 2% and the county's 4%, 2% will be activated. If the CPI is 6 and the county's 4, then the 4% would be activated. That's right. And remember, if it's a 6% CPI, the tax assessors could still go up to 6%. They just can't go above 6%. If they go above 6%, then your exemption increases by that amount. And so that's all this bill does. I do believe the school boards, some of them are confused. They're not clear on what the law is and how this is going to be implemented. And I'm telling you, this is good for the homeowners.
It does not pull the rug out from under the local governments like they're telling people.
Okay. I don't know. A lot of people are opting out, having meetings to opt out. There's a lot of confusion in the room. I'm just trying to ask the questions, go around the circle to ask the questions, to get as many answers as possible. Because, first of all, I want to see the property tax, the people that own the property that pay the tax, get some relief as far as these assessments, and I know that firsthand. The floss, I want one more thing, and I know you have time, but I have some other things I've got to get done this morning. But the floss, I want to go back to that for a minute. That's not a revenue increase to the county. That's an offset. That's an offset of property tax.
It's a swap. You're taking it from one bucket, putting it in another bucket, dollar for dollar. There's no increase, zero net gain for the county or the city.
Okay, so what I heard the other night was, well, if we do this, we will start losing revenue. They're going to bring in the same amount of revenue they did last year, and without doing anything, they'll bring in the same revenue. And then what I heard was, well, if we pass a floss, we got to get it on the ballot. It even went this far. We got to get it on a ballot. An election costs $40,000. So we're going to have the taxpayers have to pay $40,000 to put this on the ballot. It was a scare tactic to me. And then we're not guaranteed it'll pass. And the earliest we would see the offset is like 2026. But I think those two are getting confused. This doesn't mean you have to pass that tax.
No. And listen, you just said something that almost makes me laugh, but also cry. They're worried about spending $40,000 for a special election for the floss. Why aren't they worried about spending $40,000 for a special election for their lost when they can wait until the general election or the primary the next year and it won't cost them anything? They purposely put these special sales tax elections on a special election date in March when no one else is going to come vote except for the people who are in favor of it. Very few people come out and vote for a special election, but they're willing to pay $40,000 for that purpose. But they throw this up at you saying they don't want to pay $40,000 for the floss. I don't think they should have a special election ever for a sales tax, period. It should be done on a primary election date or a general election date, and only those two times. That way it doesn't cost the taxpayer additional money.
All I could say is you said it.
Well, I'll bet you feel the same way. I'll bet you feel the same way.
I have said for years, if you support a SPLOST, if you support eSPLOST, if you support any of these penny taxes, okay, but put it on the general election when the majority of the people come out and you get the majority of the voters to make that decision on if they want that tax. But they have it in off years and they have a special election and they pay for that. You said it. I guess I'm going to go as far as say thank you. The other night I'm sitting there, and I don't want to. Now this may shock you, but I didn't want to be controversial. All right, so I'm sitting there, and I didn't want to. No. I'm serious. I was trying to have an open discussion, and I appreciate where I live. We had an open discussion. I appreciate the chairman that facilitated it. It was a good open discussion. They allowed people to say what they wanted for as long as they wanted. The meeting went 2 hours. So my respect for that. But it was said that this would be a special election and would cost the county $40,000. Where someone in the room, because there's a recording out there, it's on tape, someone in the room stood up and said, why would we want to do something and spend $40,000 for a special election? And I'm sitting there and I'm saying, don't get up. Don't say anything. Don't get up. Don't say anything. Because I was just about ready to say, boy, I tell you what, if it was a SPLOST, we wouldn't have no problem getting that election on the ballot.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So
No more
okay.
special elections. If I were a school board member, I would never vote for a special election for something that you can do next spring when there's going to be a primary election for Republicans and Democrats running for statewide offices all the way down to local county commissioners. And then in the November election, there's a general election when 60% of the voters will come out and vote for it. If it's a good enough, if you have a good project that people want, they'll vote for it. I'm
Right.
convinced of that. We don't need special elections for sales taxes.
Okay, so wait a minute. Now, I didn't say this. You got it? I did not say this. You did. So maybe we could get some legislation saying all tax votes have to be on a general election. Maybe something like that could happen.
We passed that bill 2 years ago on the T-Splost. That's why you're not seeing it like you were before. But I'll have to go back and look and see what else was under that provision. There's some sales taxes cannot be passed except where there's a primary or a general election. But this should be an amendment to a bill that restricts the e-loss and the loss from being done on a special election. And I agree 100%.
So
but that takes away their local control that they fuss about. There's your local control argument again. But it's nonsense, Brian, and it's a waste of taxpayers' money, and it needs to stop.
So the flossed would be an offset, but the one argument that I heard is if you pass a flossed, all citizens would pay it, and it hurts the lowest economic, run of the ladder in your county, that it's actually an increase to them. So a little bit of an argument there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but listen, we don't have sales tax on groceries. So if you're on a fixed income, minimum wage job, or you're on Social Security, you're not spending a lot of money because you're not making a lot of money. And so I hear the argument for a regressive tax, whatever, but I don't believe it impacts the poor people as much as some of these people would argue that it does. It's the people who are spending the big money on big ticket items that would be paying the lion's share of that. But it also, remember, you hear this from the Chamber of Commerce every time we do a sales tax. 50 or 60% of your income from sales tax come from where? Outside the county. Fannin County is maybe even higher than that because the population in Fannin County doubles or triples in the months of June, July, and August, right? From a lot of people that live here in the summer and go back to Florida in the wintertime. And so there's a good argument for the flossed. But I think it has to be done in a general election or a primary election to be fair to where every citizen has a right to come out and vote that will come out and participate. I know people have a right to vote in a special election, but they tend not to. Just look at historical trends. You may get 5 to 10% voter turnout for a special called election when the only thing on the ballot is a sales tax extension.
Well, I never hear them discussing budget adjustments that may be in the area of cutting something. That's something they when I say there's a lot of counties, so that's not a direction at any particular county, city, or Board of Education, but every time I bring up looking at the budget, it's been said to me before, what services do you want to cut? And that's the first thing I always hear. What services do you want to cut?
Cut the ones you don't use. That's the obvious answer. But another reason the schools rely heavily and primarily on ad valorem taxes is because it's a consistent revenue stream to where sales taxes can float up and down based on the economic indicators. So if you have a recession or a heavy recession near a depression like we had in 2010, 8, 9, and 10, state government and local governments had to make major cuts to their spending while the school boards maintain a pretty healthy revenue line because they were levying property tax across the board, and it doesn't fluctuate up and down. Does that make sense? So that's the argument for not having the sales tax to fund your schools.
All right, Senator, I have to go, but I want to invite you back. I know you're busy first of the week. We're talking about the budget in Georgia, and President Trump has done a lot of things. Can you clear something up, change directions a minute? This past week, these are federal government executive orders he is signing, not state. But do we have any state agencies at all, regardless if it's the state, counties, whatever, that have state-funded DEI programs? Do we have any in the state?
Oh, I believe they're baked into the systems. I know the Board of Regents has taken a strong look at that because we were bringing legislation last year to prohibit DEI programs from being implemented at the universities. So Chancellor Perdue passed resolutions by the Board of Regents in the fall that would prohibit and rip out any DEI programs and quotas or any kind of goals whatsoever in reference to DEI. And I believe they did that before the legislative session started because they knew we were going to bring legislation this year to do it if they did not. Now, other state agencies I'm not aware of, but I'm told that the governor's office is working on that as well to make sure that does not occur. And so I support what President Trump did this week. What an amazing week we've had from the day of the inauguration up through last night. The man's working day and night. I don't know how he gets on with the track that he's on. He is doing phenomenal work already this week. And I know the court challenges are already popping up here and there. So we're just going to have to keep fighting the establishment, fighting the systems, and some of these bureaucrats that'll just continue to fight till their last breath to try to defeat Trump in his attempt to turn this country around. So it's been a great week, and I know you've been excited as well. And I couldn't take my eyes off of the inauguration on Monday. That was just a beautiful ceremony up there in Washington.
Yes, I know these questions are, and I say respectfully, these questions are really something that we would direct to the governor's office. But one more is, people have to go back to work. If you're in the federal government, any of these agencies, and you were doing remote work from home, you got to go back to work. If you don't go back to work, you're out. Do we have any state agencies where we have remote workers that need to go back to work that you're aware of? And I know that question's probably better directed at the governor's office, but is there anything like that in Georgia that you're aware of?
So, yeah, I think what we saw when COVID hit and the state was literally shut down for weeks, if not months, a lot of the state agencies did not come back to work. In fact, I can give you an example. Here in Dahlonega, where I live, the DFACS office remained closed. The doors were locked, and there was a sign on the front door that told people if you needed assistance to call this 800 number and set an appointment. Well, I called the 800 number because I didn't believe what I was hearing from a constituent. I drove up to the DFACS office, got on the phone, I called the 800 number, and I said, "Can you let me in?" And they said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm in Dahlonega." And they said, "Well, you'll need to make an appointment." I said, "So I can't just walk in the door?" And their answer was, "Well, there's no one there. They work from home, and they'll just have to arrange a time to come and meet you." Well, I called the governor's office then. I said, "It's time to put people back to work because constituents of mine are trying to get help out of their DFACS office here locally, and they can't get a response from the local people who work in these offices." And so it wasn't long after that we saw that change and people started coming back to work. And I think the governor's done a good job of making sure that a lot of these people that were working from home weren't being held accountable or no longer working for the state. And I'll give you one example. There was a person working for the EPD or DNR over at the Floyd Towers, which is a big office building next door to the Capitol. They had moved to New York, Brian. They were living out of state, still on the state payroll, pulling a full-time salary, and they were working another job in New York at the same time they were supposed to be working from home on the state's payroll. No one knew that they had moved to New York and they were no longer in Georgia. So that's how bad this system is in place. This stay at home and work from home does not work for government, in my opinion, because there's no accountability. So I applaud President Trump and his staff for doing what they're doing to make sure that everybody that's on a state or federal payroll shows up for work at 8 o'clock every morning and works from their office.
Senator, I appreciate you taking the questions, and I appreciate you taking the time. We'll get back with you next week. We know. I'd like to talk to you about some of the legislation at least on the Senate side that you could talk about, and the budget. You guys are right now this week and next week. Is it budget hearings and discussions in committee? Is that what's going on right now?
Yes, sir. The budget hearings were canceled earlier in the week because of the snow in South Georgia and Middle Georgia. The governor has already put forth his budget proposals for the year. There's some positive things that we can talk about. I'd love to come back on next week, spend some time going over that. But we have billions of dollars that are being returned back to the taxpayers. We're also investing billions into infrastructure for freight and logistics, also water and sewer projects around the state. We're lowering the income tax rate and a lot of other good things that are going on in that budget. So if you have time for me in the next week to 2 weeks, I'll be happy to come back and talk more about it.
Appreciate it, Senator. You have a nice day, and thank you for taking time to come in and answer our questions. We appreciate it. Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you. Anytime. Bye-bye.
All right, folks. Ran a little long there. I don't know what happened with the other state senator. We will check. I would like to get him in to talk about Floyd County. I don't know. Maybe he had a technical problem trying to get in our system. We'll check on that. Before we're going to come back. I'm going to still work on part one of the Georgia GOP. We're going to do that. We're going to work on that, part one. And will this 2026 be the year that Democrats make gains under the Gold Dome? We're going to discuss that. But before we go to break, we want to support our local Fannin County Animal Shelter. Diane, let's do that. That beautiful pooch from the Fannin County Animal Shelter. When we return, part one, we will start today on the Georgia GOP, Republicans in Georgia, and are we ready for 2026 after these messages?
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
Welcome to the Georgia Hour with BKP. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching voiceofruralamerica.com. This is the Georgia Hour. So this is part 1, and this will probably be part 1 in about a 4-part series. We'll keep it condensed to where we can do each part and you could share it. Diane, we will be using picture 1 through 29, just so you know. We'll be going 1 through 29, and maybe not in that order, but those are the ones we'll be using. give me number 25. So what my question is, as we start, and we're going to go back, and if you don't know me, first of all, I'm a lifelong Republican. And we're going to talk about the history here in Georgia, and we're going to touch on the turn from Democrat to Republican, and are the trends going back to Democrat in our state? And we're going to look at that, because are we ready for 2026? Or will 2026 be the year, the election year, the Democrats gain some control under the Gold Dome? And we're going to look at every bit of it. So I believe, I call it all the time, I'm your host, BKP, the Georgia Hour. I say all the time that you have to whiteboard everything. And for us to prepare for 2026, the election's over. The confetti has fallen to the ground. The ball is over. You've sent your tuxedo back to have it pressed. You've sent the ballroom gown, put it in the closet, whatever. The parties, the cheerleading, the bus tours, they're over. Donald Trump won. It's a very exciting time in America. Very exciting time. Donald Trump won. He's in the White House. But in 2026, Donald Trump won't be on the 2026 or the 2028 ballot unless he runs for the mayor of Mooseport. Did you get that one? Right? Unless he decides to be the mayor of Mooseport. But he will not be. Donald Trump won't be on the ballot in 2026, won't be on the ballot in 2028, the next presidential cycle. And the next big cycle in Georgia, which is the constitutional offices in Georgia, this is a big one. It's open. It's open. The governor, all the way through to one of the U.S. Senate seats, up for grabs. Now, we'll get into that in just a moment. So, to start, I want to do just a little bit of history. And the reason this was all going to come together, a little bit of history. First of all, we have gotten to the point where number 3, right? Number 3 is vote Republican, vote red. Why? That is what we are. We will say all the time, is vote Republican. Any day it's better to vote Republican or vote red than a Democrat. But we're up to the point right now in the party, we'll stay focused with Georgia, where we don't have a clear why. We don't have a clear why. It's just better. Clearly why. So go to number 2, 1999, right? Y2K. Y2K. Remember 1999, Y2K? We had a closet of canned food. None of the computers were going to work properly because they were 1999 and they would not roll over to 2000. Our water system, our electric grid, we were all worried about what would happen. And we learned immediately, obviously, they could get control or have control over us just like that. 1999. But 2000, right around the 2000, is the great Republican takeover of Georgia. It's where it turned. Right around 2000 is where the Republican takeover really started in Georgia. And Republicans started winning constitutional offices, started winning state senate, state representative, and majorities were growing on that side. And that's when Republicans really started to grow. Now, I call it and I'm going to go through these offices and I'm going to lay some things out, and then we're going to break it down. I call it the great number 4. I call it the Great Flag Promise. I call it the Great Flag Promise and how to control the base. All right. Now, if you don't know, if you're not from Georgia or you were not in the state at that time, in politics, you make a promise that doesn't upset this side, but can stir this side and get them into a frenzy, and it's a win-win. I'm gonna explain. I call it the Great Flag Promise and how to control the base. Because right around 2000, especially 2003, Republicans in Georgia, especially one particular one that kind of led the way in the great Republican takeover of the state of Georgia, used what is still working today in politics, what I call the Great Flag Promise and how to control the base. Now, we're at a point, and I don't want to fast forward, in Georgia that we have an enormous amount of pockets in the Republican Party side. We'll go there in just a minute. So let's go with this right here. First and foremost, let's start with Diane, give me 27. Now, we have the Georgia Republican Party chairs. And I'm going to say Ralph Reed was very instrumental in 2001 and 2003 of working to turn Georgia red, Republican. Ralph Reed was very instrumental with the Georgia GOP chair at that time of growing the party, switching voters from Democrat to Republican, switching lawmakers all of a sudden said, I'm not going to be a Democrat, I'm going to be a Republican. Ralph Reed was very instrumental in that. And I remember 2007 to 2013, I became very involved at that time. Sue Everhart is the first GOP chair that I personally met, first GOP chair that I attended a dinner where she was at, myself. But 2007 to 2013 with the GOP is where most of the control of the state fell under Republican Party. And then we have an up. We're going to see the up. And then John Pageant from 2013 to 17 incorporated the party, GOP Inc. We'll talk about that later. But after that 2017, we'll look at this. There's a decline in the state, in the party. We start with a decline. So we have to look at all of this. We have to say where we're at and how are we going to overcome that, or are we going to start losing these offices to Democrats? So let's go with this. And we're going to go one at a time, and I'm going to put some explanations out there. Let's go with the governor's office. Or let's go with this one. And I'll explain. We're going to go through constitutional offices first. First, we'll go through constitutional offices in the state. And then we'll go into the state Senate and so forth. So let's go to, because there was a turn around 1994 is when the turn started in Georgia. But it's an interesting fact that happens. Let's go with number 19. This is Insurance Commissioner and Fire Safety, one of the constitutional offices. And remember, John Oxendine became a Republican in 1994. But don't forget, when he decided he was going to run for governor, afterwards, John Oxendine was sentenced right, to 3.5 years in federal penitentiary. So one of our Republicans, went to the federal penitentiary, John Oxendine. But the Republican turn in the state started 1994. Look at Jim Beck, Republican. Okay. And there's some things I want you to pay attention to. Of Republicans have somewhat become the party of, appointments. So Jim Beck, 19, is serving, is he still in prison? But he got a 78 months to federal prison for Jim Beck, Republican insurance commissioner. Our current insurance commissioner, Republican John King, was appointed by Brian Kemp. Now remember that today's insurance commissioner in the state of Georgia and fire safety is John King, appointed by, he did win the last election, but he got appointed to that by Governor Brian Kemp. So we started moving the insurance commissioner's office in 1994. Here's another one of interest, number 18. So this is our Georgia State School Superintendent. Our first Republican to get this office was 1994. That was Linda Sharenko. Linda Sharenko ran for governor in 2002 against Sonny Perdue. She got 8 years in federal prison for embezzlement. Now, I know the backstory on that. We won't take the time, but we started our first two Republicans that started turning the state in 1994 ended up getting sentenced in crimes, but we started turning the state school superintendent. Now, this is something I want you to keep in mind, because where we're starting here today and what we're going through is the people that think we are a Republican state, always will be a Republican state, and like we've had it forever and we can't lose it. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. Now, Gary Black, and I do like our Georgia Agriculture Commissioner now, Tyler Harper, but Gary Black, my understanding, Republican, 2011. We did not get, the Republicans, we did not win the Georgia Agriculture Commissioner office until Gary Black, and I think it's the first one in Georgia history. So we didn't get this office until 2011. You see, the transition started in the 90s, but really around 2000, and we did not complete the Republican transition in Georgia until late 2011. That's not a long time ago. So let's go to, these are the constitutional offices. We're going to stay focused on that right now. Now, it's sad to bring up this one. I really don't like this, but we got to stay focused here. Number 17. Now, in 2011, the Georgia Commissioner of Labor was Michael Thurman, a Democrat. That was in 2011. Mark Butler was the first one, and then sadly, rest in peace, Bruce Thompson died this past year, or 2024. Waiting, and we're waiting for Governor Brian Kemp to appoint. Governor Brian Kemp will this year appoint. That would be 2 constitutional offices he will get an appointment at, the Georgia Commissioner of Labor. But I just wanted to show you, in 2011, a Democrat had that office. That's right. Now we're gonna lay all this out. So let's go to number 16. Our Attorney General in the state of Georgia, Thurbert E. Baker, the Democrat, 2011. You see, we started late 90s with the Republican turn. We didn't complete it until like 2011, till we got the Attorney General's office. Sam Olens became the first Republican there, 2011. And in 2016, Nathan Deal, former governor, appointed Chris Carr. So now we're going through here, and as you can see, several of these constitutional offices, since Republicans took over, every opportunity they get, they start appointing. So there's an incumbent. So just saying, there is something to watch here. Now, Secretary of State. Now, something I want you to keep in mind here as we go through, and I'm not a DEI. I do not support DEI. Don't get confused. But as you can see here, Secretary of State, Catherine Cox, 2007, held that office, right? And Karen Handel became the Republican, became Secretary of State in 2007. Now, 2010, Governor Sonny Perdue, the same guy that became governor in 2003, that created the Great Flag Promise. 2010, Governor Sonny Perdue appointed Brian Kemp to be Secretary of State. Appointed. All right. Now, let's stop at Lieutenant Governor and Governor. Now, Lieutenant Governor in 2007, this is number 15. Lieutenant Governor in 2007, all right, was Mark Taylor, and Casey Cagle, Republican. The Lieutenant Governor's office in Georgia was not established until 1947, and all Democrats up to 2007. First time Republicans got the Lieutenant Governor's office was 2007. They got it away from Mark Taylor. Now, the thing I'm painting here is 1994, 2000, we started to make the turn, because we're going to look at the State House, we're going to look at the Senate, and then we're going to look at how we're maintaining majorities. The part they don't want to talk about, because we're not growing the party, we're not growing our vote, we're not growing our majorities, we're not building on this, we're going backwards. So the governor is Roy Barnes, and Roy Barnes is 1999 to 2003. As you can see, a Democrat right up to 2003. And then Sonny Perdue, 2003, is the first Republican since 1872 in the state of Georgia to hold that office. Now, Sonny Perdue is the biggest turn in the governor's office, Republican, in 2003. And Sonny Perdue today in Georgia still draws over $500,000 as the chancellor of our state school university system, the Board of Regents. He's in charge. Somehow this guy has gone full circle, and they laid this out. He's still there today, getting over $500,000. Now, Roy Barnes, he did this. And this is where I call it the great manipulation, the great flag promise, number 4. So this is not, you want the Georgia Confederate flag, battle flag, has nothing to do with it whatsoever. Number 5. Perdue ran on a promise to allow the statewide referendum on the flag of Georgia. Now, this is our first governor since 18-something, right? Republican. And at this time, the Confederate battle flag is very controversial. A lot of people are wanting it taken down. You and I both know this. So Perdue runs on the promise to allow the state statewide referendum on the flag of Georgia, while it was implied that the referendum would be on the 1956 flag. So what Perdue did, and I call it the great flag promise, is he capitalized on the base. All right. He got the base over here to get on board. And then he also capitalized on the other side of the party that said, well, okay, we'll get a new flag and we'll vote on it. The New York Times, this is number 6. This is January 21st in 2003. Georgia new governor is pressed to make good on his pledge about the flag. Sonny Perdue is in a pickle, right? The new governor of Georgia has all these big ideals, a fully wired state with high-speed internet. Now, how many years did they use the high-speed internet as a campaign promise? Mentors for students taking the SAT, Ethics Commission, Sabertooth Ethics Commission, more money for legal defense for indigent, but all the attention keeps coming back to the same single stubborn issue, the state flag. Since this is partly a pickle of his own making, Governor Perdue has been uncomfortable talking about it. During his underdog campaign, he energized the rural white vote by promising a referendum on the state flag, which the legislation stripped of its large Confederate battle cross 2 years ago. So he promised the base something. In 2003, Republicans in Georgia did not focus on true Republican values, okay, but getting the base worked up and trying to win based on these promises that actually were never kept. So that being said, we're going to go into the next part. Let's go into those are the constitutional offices. Now, we haven't had them that long. So let's look at congressional. No, let's not do that. Let's look at the state house. So this is the House and Senate. And this is where we're at today. I had it here just a minute ago. We will find it. Number 13. So, in the 146th state legislature of Georgia, that's 2001, Democrats held all the Senate majority positions. Democrat Speaker of the House, Tom Murphy. So 2001, Georgia State House, Speaker of the House is Tom Murphy, a Democrat. Your lieutenant governor, your Senate pro temp, your Senate majority leader, Democrats have everything across the board in 2001. Now, here is where we're at today, and I'm not going to put up every single one, but here is where we're at today. Give me number 20. Nope, that's not correct. I'm sorry, Diane. I gotta make sure I get it correct. Sorry about that. I had it just, yeah, here you go. This is today. All right. Number 14. So 2001, Democrats hold everything. Now, the 158th General Assembly in the House, there's 180 seats. 100 go to the Republicans, 80 to the Democrats. In the Senate, there's 33 Republicans and 23 Democrats. Now, the point I'm going to make here, and the reason I'm bringing this up, it's all going to come, is in the 158th, you have 180 seats, you have 100 Republicans, and you got 33 Republicans in the Senate. Now, pay attention, that's 158. 157 a year ago. 102 to 78 in the House. Ready? There's 102 today. Ready? The Senate, 33-23, maintained last year. 156 just 2 years ago. 103-76. So, we're holding our own there. And the Senate had 34-22, 34 Republicans. Lost one. Now, 154. Now, these are areas where we have what's called a supermajority. 154, not long ago, not many years ago, there was 116 Republicans in the House. 116 in about 4 years. 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. In just 4 years, we lost 16 Republican seats in the House. 16 Republican seats are gone. Exactly. In 4 years, the Senate was 37-18. We've lost 4 seats. 4 in the Senate, 16 in the House. In 153, okay? Now, this is 153, 5 years ago, not long ago. The House had 119. So in the 153rd State Congress, the Georgia State House had 119 Republicans. Today, it's 100. We've lost 19 State House seats on the Republican side. Now, how did we do that? I'm going to explain. The Senate was 38. Let's see. That's 5. 5 state senators, 19 members of the Georgia State House. That's right. Now, in 50, okay, Georgia, in the Georgia legislative session, in the 150th Georgia legislative session, Glenn Richardson transferred the power to David Ralston. In 2005, now today is 2025, 10 years ago, right? 15, no. How do I have this? Was it 2005 when we got control of the State House and the State Senate? Right? And in the 146th, in 2001, Dems held all Senate majority and the House had Tom Murphy. So the point being is, I hate to sound a little messed up on my numbers here, but I actually have them here factually. Just keep in mind, we started in 2001 where Dems held everything in the Senate and everything in the State House at 2001, and we started climbing, okay? We ended up in 2005 getting the House, getting the Senate, getting that first majority. We got our first majority leader. We started climbing and we maxed out. Now, right now we're in the 158th Georgia General Assembly. We maxed out at 153, 119 in the House, 38 in the Senate. That was 153. Today, we've lost 19 and 5. Right? How did we do that? Why did we do it? I'm going to explain. All right. So now we're headed in the wrong direction. It doesn't matter what anybody comes to you and says. We have not put the things in place to change the direction this is headed. We've not. Not at all. So we're headed in the wrong direction with constitutional state offices. We're headed in the wrong direction with the House and the Senate. Now, congressional seats. And I think I might end on congressional seats and do part 2 later. I'll give you a little tease on part 2. So, all right, we've talked about constitutional offices. We've talked about the House and the Senate. We're losing drastically. It's going down as we speak. Constitutional offices here. Now let's go to the House of Representatives. And Diane, give me number 20. Now, in 2000, when we crossed that census, in 2000, right there, we had 11. We had 11 congressional districts in Georgia. We had 8 Republicans and we had 3 Democrats. Right there. That's what we had. Then in 2002, after the census came through, we went to 13 districts. Now, this is 2002. We gone to 13 districts. But what happened? We had 8 Republicans and 5 Democrats. We did not grow the Republican Party side. We didn't grow our congressional districts for the party. We got 2 more districts. And you know how that happens? How does that happen? Other states lose a district. There's 435 seats. So other states, their population goes down. And believe it or not, we basically got a seat from Illinois. Oh, yeah. So in the last 10 years, as they brag that we're the number 1 state to do business, we're also the number 1 state that's growing but importing Democrats. And as a party, we're not addressing that. We're busy. From the John Pageant days, we're busy in decline as a party. Now, look, don't blame it all on 2020's election. So when we go to 13 districts from 11 in 2002, the first year we got 2 new districts. One went to a Democrat and one went to a Republican. The new districts. But the Dems ended up flipping the 3rd district. They flipped it. It was red, right? They flipped it. So around 2002, we got 13 districts. We got 8 Republicans. And now we have 5 Democrats. Wrong direction. 2012 and 2012, after the 2010 census, we get the 14th district where Marjorie Taylor Greene is today. And now we have 9 Republicans and 5 Democrats. So we gained the 14th district. We ended up in 2012, we ended up drawing in Georgia two of the strongest Republican districts in the United States, which at that time was the 9th and the 14th. Two of the strongest districts in America, congressional districts, we put in North Georgia. That was after the 2010 census, and we got 14 districts. But now we still have, Democrats still have 5. We gained 1 there. Now, 2022, the last census came along. And in the last census come along, we did not grow our population to get a new district. This is where we really start going backwards, folks. We're in a bad position with constitutional offices. We've watched our state house deplete in about 5 years of 19 Republicans. We've watched our state Senate deplete, the Republican side, about 5. Now 2022. Now Democrats know what to do, because I'm getting ready to bring this all together before we close part 1. Democrats know what they're doing here. But wait a minute. They lost in 2023. And by time 2011 came, Republicans totally controlled the state. How can you tell me the Democrats know what they're doing? They're turning this to play the long game. And they're doing it. And I'll show you. Now, in 2022, new congressional maps were rejected. They were rejected. In 2022, we drew these new congressional maps right after the 2020 census, right? And they were rejected. And a judge said, you redraw the maps and I will approve them, or I'll draw them for you. Now, what happened with the new maps in 2022? We ended up having to dilute the 9th and the 14th district. We had to, in Georgia, to maintain our Republican congressional majority. We didn't grow the party. We didn't reach out to the minorities. We didn't grow black vote. We didn't grow Hispanic vote. We didn't grow anything. We diluted the two of the strongest Republican districts in the United States to save our congressional majority numbers in the state, right? This is where we diluted the 9th and the 14th. We took the 14th down, right? We took the 14th down into Cobb County. We took the 9th down into Gwinnett. I love my friends from Gwinnett. But we took it down. We diluted the R, because you have a plus R and plus D. And the only thing we could do is create the new 7th, and we actually diluted the old 6th. Remember, keep in mind, the 6th congressional district, that goes back to Newt Gingrich and Johnny Isakson. And now, when we redraw the maps, they draw them in a way of how long can we hold the district. The 11th district of Georgia, there's discussion it won't make it 10 years. Cobb, Cherokee, and Pickens County, they're counting the years until these districts will flip to Democrat. We're not going in the right direction. We're not growing the party. We're not growing our base. We're not doing that. Every single thing we've done. Now, the 2020, you thought it was solved. They went into special session. Now, this also, when you do redistricting, when you go into redistricting, what also happens is you have state house, you have state senate, and congressional districts. They change. The population draws new lines. So the judge said, you can fix those or I will draw them. So What happened? Give me number 8. So this goes back to October 26, 2023. Federal judge rules Georgia district lines violate Voting Rights Act and must be redrawn. All right. So this is right here. This is the Alabama got rejected. That's what's on this. But the top on CBS, Georgia's redistricting. Forget what you're seeing there on that map. Sorry about that. But Georgia's redistricting lines. So they had to go into special session. And guess what? Number 9. See, Democrats know that the next move they can make is right here. This came out this morning. I knew this was hitting and coming out, so I wanted to wait. I've been wanting to wait and do this. This is the appeals court questions the role of race in Georgia's redistricting case. Georgia asked a federal appeals court Thursday to overturn a ruling that required more majority black state and congressional districts. This is still going on. They say we don't have enough minority districts representing black and other races in Georgia. We're not done. The redistricting, I did this segment several years ago, number 12. And who are we battling in Georgia? The National Democrat Redistricting Committee. Now, when you pull up the National Democrat Redistricting Committee, who do you get? Right here. You get Eric Holder. Right? You get Barack Obama. There is no off-season in redistricting. Gerrymandering poses a critical threat to our democracy. They fight every day against every district in the state of Georgia against us. Eric Holder, Barack Obama. We're not growing the party. Now, I'm going to end with this, but let me go in the state Senate, and then we're going to come back and do part 2 next week. We're already running late. Thank you, Diane. But I want to show you something else. Could we lose a state office? When I mean that, could we lose the governor's office in 2026? Could we lose the lieutenant governor? Could we lose the AG? Is it possible? And the answer is yes, because no one is putting all these things together and saying, put the brakes on. We have to have someone in place that actually says and doesn't stick their head in the sand that we got to make some changes. All right. So let's go with the Senate. And Diana, I'll get out. I'm sorry to keep you so long, but let's go with the Georgia state, the Senate. Number 21. Now, before you yell the machines and before you yell they cheated, in 2005, the Democrats had the Senate with Zell Miller. In 2005, Republicans, when Zell Miller left, Johnny Isakson got it. Then Kelly Loeffler in 2020 was appointed by Brian Kemp. And then Raphael Warnock won in 2021. He was elected twice, and then in 2022. So in the state of Georgia, they have already flipped. Democrats have already flipped 2005 to 2021. They've already made the total turn to a Democrat holding a statewide seat, Senate, and a black man. A black man won the Senate seat, 2 elections, not one. I understand, cheated, flipped, all the above, and won a statewide, and they've regained. You see, we had both Senate, both. We had supermajority in the Georgia State House. We had supermajority in the Georgia State Senate. We have turned all the constitutional offices. 9 out of 5 congressional seats, 8 to 3 in the beginning. Moving right along, but we peaked. And these are turns. Now, let's go with 22. In 2003, a Democrat, Max Cleland, was the U.S. Senator from Georgia. In 2003, Zaxby Chambliss, we flipped it to Republican. Then we went to David Perdue. In 2021, it flipped to Jon Ossoff, a Democrat. It flipped. To Jon Ossoff, a Democrat, was on the ballot, and he's on the ballot in 2026. That's the Senate. Moved that direction. Now, I'm gonna show you 2 more things. All right. And I'm not a DEI guy. I'm not. But let's keep this in mind, and then we'll get out for the day. I want number 10. The 2020 census said that 50.1% non-Hispanic white, 32.6% African American. This is Georgia. 4.4% Asian American. All right. And that's the 2020 census. And 10.5% Hispanic, Latino American of any race. 2023, our population looked to be in Georgia 5.37 million white people, 3.35 million black people, 1.22 million Hispanic and Latino. So this is the racial makeup, but the Republican Party is in decline in Georgia. Bottom line, what is going on and has to move this way? The Republican Party has moved this way. It doesn't matter what they tell you. The only thing that has saved the Republican Party majorities at this time is redistricting. And they have to keep shifting the lines to hold majority. That's it. We're not out there as Republicans working hard to grow the vote. We're drawing new lines to hold majorities. That's the bottom line of where we're at. Now, the reason I bring this up, recent trends, number 11, recent trends, the black population has increased 13% in Georgia in the last decade. The Asian population has increased 53%. The Hispanic population has increased 32%. The white population has decreased slightly. This is Georgia. This is it. I'm not a DUI guy. I'm not a diversity, equity, or nothing. But here's the bottom line. The black population increased 13%. Asian, 53% increase. Hispanic, 32% in Georgia. White population has decreased slightly. Now, let me show you something. Number 23. Current state constitutional offices are all Republicans. Governor Brian Kemp, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, Attorney General Chris Carr, Labor Commissioner was Bruce Thompson. Rest in peace. God bless you, Bruce's family. State School Superintendent Richard Woods, State AG Commissioner Tyler Harper, all white men. All white men. I don't believe in DEI, all white men. Now, I will tell you this. In 2026, Donald Trump will not be on the ballot. Let me show you something. 24. And we're going to come back to this because we're going to break this down. Number 24. Donald Trump won North Carolina 51-48. He won North Carolina 51-48. Now, you're going to say, well, North Carolina had a bad candidate for governor. Okay. But North Carolina's lieutenant governor, attorney general, school administrator, state administrator, governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, school administrator, Democrats. The state of North Carolina has gone the wrong direction. Democrats. They voted in. The state of North Carolina has lost in their state house and state senate. They've lost their supermajorities. The Republicans have lost their supermajorities. The Republicans are going backwards in North Carolina at a rapid pace. But Donald Trump won 51-48. Donald Trump won Georgia 51-49. 51-49. You need to pay attention. We're headed in the wrong direction. Now, two things. Number 28, and I'm going to get out. And, number 27. Yeah, let's go with 28. The Georgia Republican Party key convention dates, February 22nd, is the county precinct caucuses for over 80,000 counties. March 22nd, county precinct caucuses for under 80. March 22nd, all the county conventions. April 22nd, district conventions. June 6th and 7th, state convention in Dalton. Number 27. There's going to be people tell me we won. The Republican Party, Donald Trump won. There's going to be people tell me Donald Trump likes Josh McCoon. Donald Trump doesn't know Josh McCoon, the chairman of the Georgia GOP. Now, the only thing Josh McCoon had to do in the last 2 years was get out of the way. He had two major focuses. All right? Well, he had three. One he didn't play his hand with so much. But one of Josh McCoon's focuses was to create enough revenue to pay the legal bills that there was money already in the bank for to keep his good friend David Schaefer, former GOP chair, indicted by Fonnie Willis, to keep him out of jail and keep his attorneys paid. Bottom line, whether you like that or not, Josh's number one, the Chairman McCoon, priority was to figure out and make sure David Schaefer's legal bills got paid and try to keep him out of jail. That was successful. There you go. The second thing he needed to do is just stay out of the way. Because the Georgia GOP Inc., which is filed incorrectly, and we'll get into that later, all right? The Georgia GOP Inc., Josh McCoon promised, see, John Padgett incorporated the Georgia GOP. Josh McCoon promised everybody when he got elected he would fix that. He has not fixed that. The proper filing. But the second thing Josh McCoon had to do was just stay out of the way. Everything was perfect. The storm was perfect storm. Everything was set for Donald Trump. Now, what somebody's going to tell me is, well, Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, they really like Josh McCoon. Folks, I have to tell you, in 2026, Charlie Kirk and Turning Point is not going to flood the state with money and resources for our elections. It's not going to happen. So 2024 did not rely on, and be clear, it did not rely on Josh McCoon to get Donald Trump elected, or the Georgia GOP Inc. Now, there's a lot of people around the state that worked very hard, and I'm not knocking any of you. There's a lot of people out there. You registered people to vote. You got out. You got them to the polls. You worked very hard to get Donald Trump elected, but that's not what came from the state apparatus. So what he had to do is stay out of the way of the RNC. The RNC basically came in, took over the state of Georgia. All he had to do was stay out of the way, right? Charlie Kirk, Turning Point Action, and some others came in, and all he had to do was stay out of the way. Well, folks, he did stay out of the way. He did show up and say some great things that people liked. But he does not have the management skills for 2026. He does not. Josh McCoon cannot take what I showed you this morning, the decline that's taking place, and put us on a winning track statewide. Someone has to be the next chairman that understands what I said, where we have come from, where we have to grow this party. Now we have this group and we have that group and we have groups everywhere that have exploded, but the numbers don't lie. We're redrawing things and readjusting everything and diluting Republican districts to try to save our congressional majorities. We have 2 Democrats as a senator. We're in hopes that we can get rid of one in 2026 and turn it back Republican. We have a state house that has lost 19 seats. We have a state senate that's lost 5. Right? Going backwards. At the rate we're going, one of our constitutional offices will go Democrat. It's very possible. You see, the turn, you got to understand that. And you have to have somebody start. Now, the last thing that Josh McCoon was to do was to quietly bring Brian Kemp, although he's a Republican, the governor of Georgia, back into the party apparatus. The next chairman of the Georgia GOP has to understand this and has to accept we're headed in the wrong direction and has to put a plan together and say, we have to engage, right? We have to engage. This has to be acknowledged. Give me number, Diane's going to give me number 11. This has to be acknowledged. They talk about outreach all the time. Black population, 13%. Asian, 53%. Hispanic, 32%. A slight decline in white population in Georgia. 10 years, number one place to do business. You know why? Because we keep importing Democrats. All right, folks, have a nice weekend. I will get back to this. That's part 1. We will continue part 2 next week, right on into the convention. But I hope, when I say I hope this is helpful, I hope it's eye-opening and that we all will come together and not just say unify, but get it together enough to say, you know what? We got a problem here. And put a plan together. I say take a break. I'll see you Monday morning. Sorry to hold you so long, Diane.
Alright, so I'm going to play an old video. I'm pretty sure I've played it before. I can't remember. But it's a Glenn Beck video that I think is worth watching again. I hope you enjoy.
A big name in media.
Possibly the greatest synthesizer of big ideas ever to appear on camera. One of the foremost thinkers in the country.
You've always been an entertainer.
Conservative giant Glenn Beck.
The message should be come together to build America again. His next 4 years, this is the last great hope of the Western world.
I am so tired of being against something. We need to be for an idea. We are fighting evil itself. This next generation, you are the generation that will come and either destroy it or fix it. And I know you will stand to fix it. Will you stand? I was here, can you hear me? Last time I was here, I brought some things from the American Journey Experience, which is our vault of history. There's a million ways this country can fall apart, and there is only one way it stays together, and that is a miracle from the Almighty God. If we all do our part and stand where we're supposed to stand, and God will help us push it over the edge and do the things we cannot do, we'll win. God showed up, and so did you. It was a miracle when Donald Trump went down on the ground. I saw it within a minute of it being live. And I was with my family, and he went down and had no idea what was going on. And I thought immediately, if he's dead, we're in civil war. For him to turn his head and only be nicked, if that's not God saying, you know what? I think there is a new generation that's standing up and will fix this country the way it's supposed to be, to serve people. Now we are waiting. Now we are here, and he is waiting for us to do the rest of the work. We have a lot of work in front of us, but man, take a minute. Doesn't it feel good to win? If we would have won in 2020, this is the way God works. It's so amazing. I thought for sure we're done. We're done. There's a million ways to fall apart. One that will hold us together. We're done. If we would have won in 2020, if Donald Trump would have been our president, he wouldn't have had the same mindset he has today. He wouldn't have done all of the homework that he's done in the last 4 years. He wouldn't have done all the vetting to get as many weasels out. He wouldn't have had the long list, and believe me, he's checked it twice, of all the people that need to go. We have a chance to reset this nation pre-Woodrow Wilson with Donald J. Trump. I want you to know you have defeated the evil empire. And it was just as hard as this. This is from the movie, the original Darth Vader, A New Hope. This, defeating him in the movies, it is the same story, except I don't think Kamala has come out and said, I am your mother. But she could have. It was this hard to defeat the evil empire. And that is what we're looking at. When I was your age, many of your ages, I was lucky enough, 1984, first president I ever could vote for was Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan saw the problem in the world that everybody had been messing with since World War II. And he was the first one, against all advice, against everyone, to say, I'm sorry, but that is an evil empire and we will defeat it. Communism, he brought down the wall because he had the courage to speak the truth. You, Donald Trump, have spoken the truth. That was an evil empire they were building, and it will come down now. You know, when you look at the structure of everything that they were building, I honestly don't know, and a lot of my colleagues, people who do what I do, said the same thing before the election. If he doesn't win, if we don't win, we're done. I mean, personally, we're done. They will extinguish our voices. How they do that, I don't know. But they will silence anyone who stands up against it. But you know what happened? When I first went in and started the Blaze in 2010 or 11, everybody said, that's insane. Roger Ailes at Fox News actually said to me, come on, you're not really leaving to do that internet thing. That's a fad. I said, I don't think it is. I knew that the mainstream media would burn itself to the ground, and I didn't want to be anywhere near. And when we started broadcasting on Blaze TV, there was buffering. Nobody was watching because you'd see me go, and let me tell, and then the little wheel would spin for a while. Media Row out there is more powerful than ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and MSNBC combined. It's a new world. It's a new world. And believe me, you have a better chance of seeing the next 2028 presidential debate on something like Blaze TV than you do seeing it on ABC. They're done. They are done. However, nobody gives up that much power willingly. They're not going home going, oh, gee, we lost. Gee, what are we going to do now? I don't know, Bill. You're not qualified to do anything in life. So what are they going to do? They are going to fight with everything that is in them. This is a time of peace. Right now, it seems like, whoa, dig this, we won, and there's no resistance. Believe me, when you come home after the new year and you start seeing the lead up to him being sworn in office, things are going to start happening because they are serious. It's the same thing that happened. There's all these books, these were published in England in the 1500s and 1600s. This is very, very rare. There's only a few of these. There's lots of these. These are the books that were encouraged by the king to say, yes, witches are real, and here's how you find them. This one, almost every copy was burned by the crown because this one said, no, that's not true. That's misinformation. These aren't witches. This is all about control of the individual. The king didn't want this one. He wanted everybody to read this. That's the same evil empire that we have been living under for a while now, saying, no, this is the truth. When the truth they have tried to destroy the truth every possible way they could, and they'd burn it, all of it, if they could. But the truth always wins. But they are going to continue to confuse and manipulate as much as possible. If I'm on the other side and I needed to defeat us, I know exactly how I would do it. I would confuse you and I would divide you. I would make sure that I could get in, the Declaration of Independence, the original first draft, which I brought last year, in Thomas Jefferson's hand, is missing one word in the title, and that word is unanimous. The unanimous Declaration of Independence from Congress. The original draft was not unanimous. John Hancock knew everybody's got to raise their hand. We have to vote on every line, because if there's just a little space between us, any space, the king will see that light and he'll weasel his way in and he'll break us all apart and he'll divide us and then he'll hang every one of us. So we have to look for the light that is between us. We have to know who the good guys are, who the bad guys are, who's actually on the team. And now that we have all of this popularity, suddenly Donald Trump is cool with everyone. We have to make sure those who wear masks are not coming in and claiming to be part of this team, and they have no intention of being on the team. I asked a bunch of small people, I guess, for a chalkboard, because this is as good as it got. Just think of me as a giant in this actual size. This is where we have been, and I just want to show this quickly to you. I'm going to do an episode on this later, but yesterday I was flying here and this kind of came to mind. This has been a timeline, if you will, of anarchy and totalitarianism. And I've gone over it several times. The United States, when we were founded, we were trying to get away from total control, an anarchy through a king, a despot. What we wanted was freedom. We wanted to be ourselves. We wanted to explore our own journey. We didn't want to have to jump through hoops and unions and everything else. We didn't want somebody above us to say, I'm sorry, you're not born of the right parents. You can't do that. We wanted freedom, and we wanted total freedom, but total freedom, when there is no authority, it goes into anarchy. So total control and anarchy. When we first won, we did the Articles of Confederation. Most people don't know this. George Washington was technically not our first president. Our first president, I don't even remember his name, but he didn't last long because it was under the Articles of Confederation, and he wasn't a real president like we understand now. That was too weak, and the states were still fighting amongst themselves. We couldn't get trade done. We couldn't get anything done, and they knew it. And so at night, they got together again and said, we have to come up with something new. and something ended up being our Constitution in 1789 and in 91, just for the stupid people that they knew would become politicians. They said, let's clarify a few things and put them under the Bill of Rights. I'm convinced everything after the first 10 amendments to the Bill of Rights, the first 10 are there in the Bill of Rights. Everything else, almost without exception, is, and I think it's the liberty lovers that had to say to the then Democrats, good Lord, guys, no. When we say all men are created equal, that does mean black people too. The next amendment, no, when we said that means black people too, that means they can also vote just like you. I mean, it is just an excoriation of stupid politicians after the top 10. But Jackson and Lincoln and Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, who destroyed us, thank you, I love anyone who hates Wilson as much as me. They kept moving us, slowly but surely moving us towards total control. And by the time we got to Joe Biden, we were right here. We were within arm's reach of total control. So, luckily, people woke up. But it was hard to defeat because we had against us the mainstream media, the Democrat progressives, the rhinos, Republican progressives, the unions, all the Soroses out there, the NGOs, the Marxists, the anarchists that are actually communists. I love those guys. How confusing is that? Then the corporations. We also had on the on the left, voting and pushing their control with the Democrats in a different understanding. People like Elon Musk and Tulsi and RFK. They were all on that other side. And then COVID began to wake them up. And they were like, oh, dear God, they actually don't believe those top 10 things in the Bill of Rights. I think I'm with the wrong crowd. And they slowly started to peel off from there. And now we have Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is trying to take us here. Donald Trump, if he can do the things that he is claiming he can do, and I believe he can, if we stay together and with him, he's going to undo everything Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and FDR, and Johnson, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden did. He will reverse this, and we will be close to true freedom again, the freedom that only Americans truly understand. But here's our job. Our job is to make sure, because I don't know if you've noticed this, a lot of people now are saying, I'm with Donald Trump. Are you really? There are those that were over there, like The View. Those ladies will go down with a ship in flames. Liz Cheney, some unions, the Marxists, the communists that are also anarchists, some NGOs, they're with the old regime. They're with the dark empire. Some of them have come down here. For instance, Morning Joe, the mainstream media. Morning Joe is like, you know what? I know I called him Hitler 40 times a day for the last 16 years, but I think he's a really good guy. Right. But he's now on the bandwagon. They're now like, oh, we like Trump. I mean, we don't really love him, but we understand him. Wait, if he's Hitler, that doesn't work for me. So you were either lying then or you're lying now. My guess is you were lying both times. We also have the rhinos, Mitch McConnell. The rhinos are in this as well. Some union workers, some unions are down here as well now with Trump. And some union workers, I think most of the union workers are kind of with us and really with Trump, but we have to be careful because all of the unions aren't the same. All of the people aren't the same. So if you've ever been over here, we have to be careful. We have to watch. Trust, as Reagan said, but verify. Then you have the NGOs. You also have Elon, Tulsi, and RFK here, who, I have to tell you, Elon Musk, if you had something broken in your business and you could ask anyone on the planet, I think it would be Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk, if he understands and what he's done to X, which gave us the chance to speak free, what he's done with X shows me he understands the Bill of Rights. RFK 20 years ago actually called me a traitor to the United States, and I said to him, you know, that's the only thing that has a consequence in the Constitution. Treason is you should execute. And he said, I was like, oh, okay. So when he started to run, he asked if he could be on the show, and I sat down with him for an hour, and I started there. Do you remember? It's funny. We can laugh now, huh? When you called for my execution because I believed in the Bill of Rights, he said, I changed. And I said, yeah, a lot of people can say I changed. Tell me when you changed. He said, Glenn, I believed a lot of that stuff because I was so convinced that I was right and others were wrong. And I never really thought our government could ever really, truly get out of control. But when COVID hit, I saw the light. I never thought we would ever do that, and we did. I want nothing to do with that kind of control. And Tulsi is as honest as the day is long. I just love Tulsi Gabbard. Let me tell you now what we have to do to stay together. We just have to recognize what our values and principles are. And last year I asked if you would read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, because the Declaration of Independence is our mission statement. That's what we're trying to build. And there's no more glorious mission statement than that one. Let me give you something this year that will make it easier for you. Does anybody recognize what this is? Why don't you all stand up for just a second? Just stand up, take your hat off for just a second. Say this with me. You ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right? Let me translate that for you. Let me translate that for you into something that shows you what you're actually saying, because we say that all the time and the words become almost meaningless. So let me show you. I pledge, solemnly promise, pledge allegiance, which is loyalty, to the flag, a symbol of our country, and to the republic. What is a republic? A state in which supreme power rests with the people, and the people have a right to vote. For which it stands, remains firm and steadfast, and to, let's see, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, a people of a land, any land, a people collected in any land that are aware of their unity. You can't have a country unless you're aware of our unity and what brings us together. That's what we have forgotten. God, a creator, indivisible, incapable of being divided, incapable of being divided. Liberty and justice for all, free from despotic rule, with equal and just laws for not just me, but all. This is what we pledge. It's not about the flag. If you want to find out, is somebody truly on our side, you look for these things. You look for someone who is truly taking a solemn promise to stand with loyalty to a republic, a state which its supreme power rests with all of us, not just me, but you and you and you, all of us. We will remain firm and steadfast to defend these things. We believe in a creator. If you don't believe in a creator, I don't know how you can truly understand America, because we are different. We're different than the rest of the world. We were created by a God that gave us these rights, with this republic protects. So you have to have a creator, and understand that when you have all of these, because if we're in a land where everyone is aware of our unity, we're united on these rights, we are incapable of being divided. From despots, from totalitarianism, from all of the things that we stood up against, we will win and continue to move the ball forward if we look at who we're standing next to, who's now claiming, I've been with you the whole time now. I don't think so. Do they take these things seriously? That's why we were here. That's why this cup, made of wood, traveled on the Mayflower with our pilgrims. This is why they came, to serve God. And to best serve God, you serve your fellow man. Blessed be the peacemakers. That doesn't mean your life is going to be full of peace. Jesus didn't have a lot of peace in his time. They executed him. But he stood as a peacemaker. Peacemakers stand at a time when there is no peace and speak the truth so others may have peace, so their children and grandchildren can have peace. Because I want you to know that we live in an incredible country with incredible things just ahead of us. We have now, with this election, turned the page to an entirely new chapter. We're like halfway through the book. And instead of putting the end, we just said part 2. But you get to write what this nation does. That's an incredible opportunity and an incredible responsibility. But remember, all you have to do is believe, truly believe, not in magic, but in the republic and the things which she stands for. You have to believe in the best of one another. You have to stand together to make sure evil does not creep in. But when you believe, you have the power. We have had the power the whole time, just like Dorothy did in The Wizard of Oz. It's not quite as easy as clicking your heels together, but almost. Now, one more thing. The shooting of the healthcare executive on the streets of New York. There are people that are saying this is a good thing. If we lived in a cartoon world, it might be. If we lived in the former Soviet Union, maybe, but we don't. What the people on the left that are supporting the killer are actually saying is, we need Batman. This is the fireproof mask from Batman Begins. We don't need Batman. Batman is vigilante justice, and it's okay if you live in Gotham. But we do not live in Gotham. Vigilante justice goes against everything we just said. We do it the right way. We stand for the right things, and we let the rule of law judge, not this. There was a movie where this was opened, and he put it back in his pocket, and then he traveled the world. And when he saw his father said, "Surely my son's not dumb enough to pack my journal all the way over here." And Indy went, "Dad, this is the journal from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. This is the journal that his dad wrote down everything to help you find the cup of the carpenter." And there were several things that you had to know that he had written down in this book. Otherwise, you'd never make it. This book is our Constitution. This book is the Federalist Papers. This book is our Bill of Rights, our Declaration of Independence. Everything you need to know to be able to get to the cup of the carpenter, this is the one Indy picked. To get here, you have to know what has been written down. You don't need to make it up. You don't have to go ask all these experts on TV, because it's already right there in one little place. Read it. And if you want to keep a free country, read it, read the Bible, and choose carefully. Thank you very much. Good night.